Yeah, we really do need to get started. Do we have 8 now?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we count in real, so yes.
Okay, we're going to get started. We've got 8. We don't have time like this to burn. This isn't social hour.
Oh, and now we're leaving.
She's Hold on just a second. I want to make sure we have 8 people paying attention at least. Okay. Okay. We need our 8th person right there. Can you bump Randy? He'll talk forever about art and music.
Randy's not our 8th person.
Oh, he's not our 8th? Okay. All right.
I'm moving my recommendations forward.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Are you ready?
She just needs a.
No, it's, oh, is
No,
it
she
25, 26? They're in backup. Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, the motion is in order.
So on the board thing, whatever, backup, whatever, I submitted it the first of the week. I went through, looked at the writing committee, looked at feedback coming in, took into consideration board member Hymas's, who else submitted, board member Klein, board member, who else, Wood, Cindy Davis, took into their consideration, and I simplified those into, well, first thing, just direct recommendations for math standards, and then a handful of things to avoid. I just kind of touched base with our staff on this. Is there any glaring things that they're like, no, don't go that direction? So I'm going to move that we move forward with those recommendations that I consolidated, and I can speak to those if someone seconds it. Okay,
The motion's been made and seconded. Would you like to speak to
yeah,
them?
let me speak to it. And if you read my comments initially, it was I had this series of I envision, and similar to the reading literacy movement that we've had, I envision kids that are highly successful, that enjoy and love math, right? Maybe that's utopic, and I love that, so that's fine. But then I said, what does it have to be to do that? And then, like I said, I went through the writing committee's recommendations and others. I've incorporated those in here. Cindy Davis, I'm just hitting a couple of those. Cindy Davis had specific recommendations for specific standards. So I just recommend that the writing committee consider those. Who else? So it says, take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with the integrated approach. Allow for additional changes in the upper level integrated math courses. I do make a recommendation that we allow districts to choose whether they do integrated or not, whether they do a normal, when I say normal, more traditional, I guess that would be the word, right? Pathway. I know Wasatch School District, there's other school districts that are engaged in that already. Yeah. So it'd be an LEA to choose a non-integrated sequence in high school math program, that they can choose that if they want to. I know that there's a pilot program running in Wasatch School District. Anyways, so I'm moving this recommendation forward. I know there's one that will be some discussion on it, and would you like me to just pull that so we can have a separate discussion about it? Is that the best thing? Okay, so I will tell you, it's number 24. I would not include this in my recommendations. We can have a separate discussion.
So is the motion already on the floor?
Oh, I would have to, is that a friendly? Does anybody have any problems removing 24 so we can have a separate discussion?
So without objection, is there an object? And oh my gosh.
If you go right to, well, it says member oral recommendations for Utah Math Standards. It's not, so you're going to actually have to go to your document. Okay. And then we'll have a discussion about this. If this is what on 24, I'll talk to that in a minute. Most of these overlap and we've already voted on. So they're already there. But I just want to what am I saying? So when these get moved forward, clearly they overlap. You wouldn't be duplicitous in it. So, okay, that's my motion. It's on your civic clerk. It's not here. It would be hard to separate them out here. I did. I spoke to it. Yep.
Or are we already voting?
No, we're, so the motion's been made, and then, so the motion is to accept these minus number 24. All right, so
Can I
we
get
are,
mine? But
yes,
I'm running this
you're
on
behind
Member Klein.
Member Klein and Member Real.
Tee up then and then get to
Yes,
myself. in
Member
order.
Klein,
Yeah.
Actually, I don't
you don't want to, okay.
think so. I would.
Did you have a, oh, okay. Did you have something else you wanted, a point of order? Okay. Member Real. Real.
Oh,
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I have a question about this integrated piece because, and maybe some of the folks here can help me understand, because I'm wondering why, if that was one of your recommendations, it wasn't considered, and if the integrated math is at all a key component in our success on some of our math scores. Because if it is, then I would hate to have LEAs going away from it if it's something that we find that is successful. But I don't know the answer to that. So if I can ask staff to discuss why that part of the recommendation wasn't explicitly accepted, and if integrated math is something that they find is important to the success of our students in math.
whose light should I? Oh, let's see. Where am I? Public forum? Oh, you got it. I'll leave it to the experts.
Yeah, I would love for you to come in. Hi, I am Dr. Elise Lee, and I'm an assistant professor at Weber State University. I have a doctorate in mathematics education, so I'd love to speak to this, actually. I came to Utah about 4 years ago as a professor, actually, newly graduated, and I encountered the integrated standards for the first time. Okay. I have worked with schools in other states that have not chosen an integrated pathway. And when I came here and I started teaching university students here in Utah, I felt like they were probably better prepared. And I say that from a humbling experience, right, where it was my first time teaching university students in Utah, and there is a totally different culture here. I came from Colorado. It was different. And so I will say that I do understand that not many states have these integrated standards, but I think that the way that they have been aligned and set up across the grade bands has benefited our students here in Utah. I think the way that the state has structured things and has provided guidance for teachers in implementing those standards within those grade levels and integrating them has done them wonders. Now, I'm sure there are success stories in other states that don't do integrated standards, but what we have is working from my perspective. So I would caution us against doubling that work and complicating things and making those, complicating that matter and confounding those things. Thank you.
I appreciate
to
that. Thank you.
In
Yeah, go
terms
ahead.
of, it did not come up in the review committee.
Okay.
I was asking Lindsay, like, because I sat through both review committees, like, why do you think it didn't come up? It's the assumption that that is what you do. It's our fabric now. We've been doing this for 13 years. This is what our math looks like. And so it wasn't a point of discussion in the review committee for whatever reason, but it was, I think that's what it's going to be kind of thing. And then our data, Utah is one of the top performing states in the country. We are one of 2 states that has integrated standards. So can't say it's because of that, but there's something that makes us stand out that is unique and different. Lindsay, is there anything you want to add if Vice Chair would allow?
Please.
I would just say that I would
support what Dr. Lee said and what Dr. Thronson said. And I also, there's in board backup, there's an infographic that shows a lot of great data points about our system. And just like Dr. Thronson said, we can't claim causation or correlation to any one particular thing, but integrated standards statewide is a uniqueness of our system, and it deserves some attention. There's one other state that has integrated standards statewide. They don't perform as well as we do, so we do integrated really well. And some of these statistics, like Dr. Thronson has put on the screen, our stakeholders take a lot of pride in, particularly the course completion of students with disabilities earning their grade level math credit in 9th grade has doubled. And we have students who are who are taking an extra math class, a 4th year of math, that has tripled since we were on algebra, geometry, algebra 2, and we moved to integrated standards. We've increased the number of students who are taking a 4th year of mathematics.
Thank you. I guess my question would be, Member Earl or Vice Chair Earl,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll fix
is knowing that, because in part of my research, the integrated part, and when I heard Deputy Superintendent Norman speak as well at a conference, that was like such a key component. So I'm interested in understanding why you think it's important to allow that flexibility or to eliminate something that is the fabric and something that we've found be successful for our math students.
Sure, and I can speak to that. I actually know of a number of districts that already don't do the integrated math standards. And they've got reasons for doing that. They chose to ask their boards to they still do all the standards, but they do them in a more traditional approach. I don't think we can say, which has already been saying, that the integrated math is what makes it what it is. I think it's really good math teachers in the state of Utah that makes math really good. There's only a handful of people that even do the integrated math around the nation, and yet there's a number of states that are very successful at their math programs. So I don't think it's the integrated or the lack of integrated. All I'm asking for is an option that if people choose that, or a teacher or a school chooses that they don't have to be hiding somewhere doing it. Does that make sense? They can choose that option and they're able to do it. So that's what I'm asking. I think there's people that are highly successful with that program, right? But I do think that there's maybe some, well, I know there's schools that are doing the more traditional path. They're just making sure they cover all the things so that when they take the ACT, they've got, the broad coverage.
Oh, she wants it.
Yeah. So to follow up on that, I'm wondering if let's say hypothetically, we move forward and removed a lot of that piece, that integrated piece, and would there be an impact in our math? I think there could potentially be an outcome change because we're hearing that it's something that helps us be successful, but like in resources, in our data, in our, are there impacts if hypothetically we moved forward and ended up eliminating that integrated math piece?
I didn't, and just to be clear, I didn't say eliminate. Those that are doing it and want to do it.
Just an option.
Yeah, that you allow for that option to take place. Right now, we don't have that option. People have to create the option themselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does. Okay. Well, I guess if there is a motion on the floor, then I'd like to divide it so that we can vote on, because I'd like to move forward all of your other pieces. That part I'm a little hesitant about, so if I can divide that.
I'll find the number if
Okay.
you want to amend to move it off.
Yeah, I'd amend to just divide, pulling that one out, but then voting on the rest of them.
Okay, that motion is being created. You're looking up the number?
I believe it's 18. Allow LEAs to choose a non-integrated sequence in math high school programs.
So the amendment is remove number 18 from, did someone writing this? Okay, do we have a second for that?
How are you guys?
Second, the removal of that one from, that we're not. Yeah, well, the original motion had 18 removed. or 20, yes, and then now we're adding 18. So what we would be doing is voting on that amendment. Chair,
Say to amend it to pull it, she said she wanted to vote on it separate.
yeah,
Divide it.
it's a motion to divide.
Yes,
Yes.
that's not what that says.
Oh. Yeah, it's a motion to divide.
It can be, we can divide it and vote. Yeah, so I guess it would be better to say that the motion is to adopt the review committee's recommendations with member Earl's input, all but 18. I guess that is what it was saying. Okay. My
Okay,
brain.
so we're going to do it as an amendment then,
It would be, and then, but separate it out and then vote on
the amendment.
the two that were pulled, 24 and whatever, 18.
All right, Member Davis, did you have something for this amendment, or is this separate? Davis.
I'm not. I texted one of the best math teachers that I know last night, and I was like, "What are your thoughts about the California standards? What are your thoughts about the integrated math?" But the piece on integrated math, she said, "I never ever want to go back to the algebra sandwich. Integrated math is, in capital letters, the best with 4 exclamation points. Literally every other country in the world teaches that way except the US. I have seen much better results with understanding the big picture when we don't separate geometry." So I'm not a mathematician, but I would like to, but I don't want to discount the idea either to possibly look at tweaking this or changing it or giving LEAs the option. But I would like to make a motion to ask staff to bring additional information back to the board.
Are we, do we have amendment to, and we've got.
Amendment to the amendment. I'd like to know how many LEAs are not using integrated math. I'd like to know how, if given the opportunity, they would prefer to move away from integrated math. And I'd like to know what the cost would be for materials and such to move away from integrated math back to traditional math.
It can be a request.
So I'd like to just hold on that one particular recommendation until we get some more information of that nature. So I guess that's a motion to. Okay, so then I vote for your motion, and then I also need to move to make the request.
No, you just make the request.
But the board
to the-
as an individual, we should never direct staff to do anything.
No, you are
So-
directing it to the board leadership, and we will.
But don't we have to vote? I mean, I can't just ask. And they can decide if I'm going to get the information or not? What if I want the board to vote that we want the information?
Then you can make the motion.
I make a motion that we ask for that information to be brought back. Okay,
Does anyone object to adding to Member Reel's motion to add 18 to the exemption and request that staff bring back the aforementioned information? Is there an objection to that on the floor? Okay, hold on. I hear no objection, so that is now the amendment. Do you want to make an amendment to that amendment? Okay. Go for it. Oh, well, you can't.
Okay, so I would move to add number 25 to that list as well. And I have some more information I would like from staff if, so I would like to, like I asked earlier about the literacy, the reading scores pre-2010 compared to now. I would like to know what the math scores are now compared to pre-2010 and even back to 2000 if possible, so we can kind of see how they compare.
You're the chair.
And then as far as the integrated math component, I would like to know if our state assessments are dependent on integrated math. Are they set up to ask questions in a way that it would require a student to be in an integrated math class in order to be able to take the test? But just state assessments.
Correct me if I'm wrong, our state assessment is ACT and Aspire Plus. Is there additional ones? Unless a district does it independent.
So 9th, 10th, you've got Aspire Plus, ACT 11. The trick is if you let people choose, our standards, we either have to write standards for both, that you're choosing an integrated pathway or you're choosing a traditional pathway, and then we need 2 sets of standards and you need 2 assessments. Because we build assessments on standards, and what you get in 9th grade is going to be different than what you get in 10th grade than what you get in 11th grade. They're grade-based, or they're course-based. But if you're going to teach Algebra 1, we need an Algebra 1 test, and we also need a secondary Math 1 test. So you're going to be adding to the test bank to be able to do 2 sets of standards.
The ACT test bank?
Not ACT, the Aspire, because Aspire is course-based, and so it would be course-specific standards. And if you're going to allow LEAs to choose not the traditional versus, integrated, then you would need assessments that would allow them to say, we took the integrated course, that's the assessment we're going to take, versus we took the traditional course, that's the assessment. So you're going to be doubling your assessment bank or assessment tests at 9, 10. And remember, this is not like a review committee piece. In the review committee part would be, if you say we want to be able to allow both pathways, that's a board rule making. Right now, we have a board rule that says you have to do it this way. It would actually be amending board rule rather than standards. The standards recommendation that we probably need more clarity on is, do you want us to write both sets of standards, or do you just want to allow flexibility, but we're only going to write integrated standards? That's the question that staff we have around, happy to do it whatever you want, but right now, I'm not sure if we're writing both standards or we're writing integrated and allowing people to not do them in an integrated way.
Can,
I'm still making my motion.
We're still making a motion. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, so my other question on that I wanted information on, which, maybe I should just ask and they can just give it here instead of adding it to the motion, but considering Board Member Davis added informational things to hers, I thought it would be a good time to ask. But much of the math is now being taught on computers through ed tech. And so I'm wondering, is integrated math integral in math ed tech? And is there a way to make an option of doing it on, if there was a pathway for the traditional, could it be a pencil paper version, because the traditional way merits paper, that traditional process, and not on ed tech. But I am curious if the ed tech is integrated math based.
Okay. Would you like to, the ed tech in math is really, teacher determines what they're teaching, and then the tech supports them in that conceptually. It's not a series, it's not like the whole course is developed. And I really shouldn't be answering for them, but I don't believe in secondary that we've got full courses of math technology. We have technology that assists in practice and other things. Would that be a correct? So really it's like item-based or topic-based. It's not full curriculum-based.
Absolutely. So like Alex is one of the most used educational technology softwares in the state. And it is like, there's a pie and you're doing your algebraic equations, and then you're doing your geometry and your measurement. And so it can work for either, because if you're teaching all those in a course, then you're teaching all of them in a course. Teachers use, at least the way that we intend technology, to enhance the instruction. But if they're not using, hopefully, software to be the instruction of mathematics. It's usually meant to be an enhancement or a remediation technique for students.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's not a course.
So I guess my motion is just to add 25 onto
To
that,
the-
since we
okay.
just got information. But I would still like to see the comparison between the pre-Common Core math and the
Can you clarify which number it is?
Sorry.
Is it 25?
25. Yeah, the
Okay.
What Works Clearinghouse.
Okay.
That 24 is
24 is already on the list from
24
Vice
and
Chair
25
Earl.
talk about What Works Clearinghouse. Uh-huh.
Okay.
They
So,
both say it.
well, the point is that you put 24 on and you're putting 25 on.
Yes.
Is the end goal. All right, so
So
you
that's the
have made
motion?
my motion go away, so I can't repeat it. Oh, there we go. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to amend the amendment. So this is an amendment to Member Reels. Yes, to member, it's a amendment to that, to amend the original motion above by adding 25 and for staff to report back on the math scores over the past few decades.
Is there a
I
second?
need a second. Member Bogus seconded.
Okay, and can I ask a quick question? To staff, earlier when we were talking about the comparison for reading, they made it sound like that's a really hard ask because things have changed over time and you can't compare apples to apples. Is that the same for math, or is that more objective measure?
Ready. So because you asked that question in reading, I leaned over to Darren at the end. I was like, NAEP, that's our common assessment. It's been the same since the 90s. And so NAEP is going to be your assessment, the National Assessment of Progress. And so we can look at 8th grade math every year since I think 2000, actually before that. You can go way back to 1990 to compare how were we doing in 1998 as a state in math, maybe. Oh, it won't let me do that year.
And has
Let's do
the test
96.
changed?
No, so that's the thing about the NAEP. It hasn't changed over the years. That's the nice part of NAEP is you can compare across, unlike our state assessments that they have changed and the standards have changed, you can't. But NAEP has held constant. So as you look at, here's 96, there's the dark blue is we significantly performed higher. But if you even go to 2000, we were actually in the medium blue, which would be we performed not significantly different than the national. So we were kind of average in 2000. So this is a site we could send you, all of you, if you'd like, so you can go and kind of compare, like how were we by 2007? That was a couple years before we went to Common Core. We were still that medium blue. And today, just a quick forward to the future, 2022, we are in the dark blue. We went back up to where we were in the early 90s at the dark blue color. So we're actually doing better now than we were in the 90s and early 2000s.
So proficiency scores in Utah are very low as an average for math. So I'm trying to reconcile, what you're showing us as looking like we're wonderful and the low proficiency scores on the data gateway.
Yeah, so our state assessment, I think Darren talks about this all the time, we have a rigorous state assessment. What we expect for proficient is very high and seen as like a truth and transparency across the country. And so the rigor of our assessment, if you lower the rigor, we'll have more kids passing. But if you look at the percent passing and that are proficient on NAEP, they're usually very similar. So although we're scoring higher than the nation, the nation isn't doing all that well, if that makes the difference. And I've always struggled with this too, because you're like, we're number 4 in literacy in this area, but we only have this percentage, we only have 37% proficient on NAEP, but we're number 4 in the country. So it's kind of like being the worst of the best of the worst. Like, it's not good, but that's what NAEP is. Like, we have the highest percentage of proficient, or one of the highest.
So
but
their test isn't very
is
rigorous
It's rigorous because we only have
compared to our
32% of kids proficient. Yeah, I think when you look at our tests, like we have 45 to 49 any particular year proficient. Our test is pretty rigorous too, but as you're looking across the nation, how kids perform nationally, we perform at the better than most, if that helps.
So why don't we have one test that we can go off of, that we can compare over the years?
That's what
like the NAEP,
people call the NAEP for this.
But why isn't our test here in Utah?
Because
like that,
we
so
change
we
it
don't-
every time the standards change, and so we don't have a
Okay, yeah.
consistent assessment.
Okay,
Well,
so
if we find some standards that are tried and true, and we just stick with them.
I hear you.
Math is one you can stick
I was
with.
following along and wasn't paying attention to my job. Go ahead, member.
Quick comment to number, is that appropriate though on 18? Can I speak to 18? Is this all a combined motion or what?
No. So, do you want to speak to 25?
I'm
or
on
do-
18. We didn't move on 18.
Okay, then you need to wait.
We didn't move on 18 yet, did we?
Okay, no, but you will be in
Okay,
line.
we'll go back to that.
So let's, are the lights on for 18? 25. Are you speaking to number 25?
Yeah, well, I'm speaking to all of it. Well, we have.
Uh,
I actually looking at the number, I have a question about integrated math. So
okay. Okay, are you speaking to 18 or 25?
What?
Okay, well,
I would rather speak to the 18, but yes, I am speaking to the whole motion.
they chose not to do a divide, they chose to do an amendment, so we are actually voting on it, so we need to speak to it. If we divided, and then we would,
Isn't it just to pull it off?
Yeah, it's just to
So
add
then you
it to
could-
the others that are being.
And then you can bring.
So we'd vote on the top one with these taken off, and then we'd go back.
oh, okay,
Right?
all right,
So it's basically.
We-
No, you have to do the amendments first.
right.
All three.
Okay, so what you need to ask yourself, and if you have questions because you can't decide whether or not you want to add 25, then answer that right now. Ask that right now.
Can I make a substitute motion?
I don't think you can.
Okay.
Already amended out.
Okay, it's out of order right now, all seriousness. Okay, do you have a question that helps you vote on
And the amendment to the amendment? No.
this? Okay, then we are going to vote. Are you ready? Okay.
We're just voting to
We are voting to add number 25 to the list of what we are excluding.
which will then be considered separately.
Yes,
Okay.
we
So it's
still
not
have,
ruling or dividing. We're not ruling on the merits of whether this.
No.
Goes into the system.
you are simply adding this to the original underlying motion that we will still have to vote on as amended. Voting is open. Member Green, do you wish to add number 25 to the list of exceptions?
Yes.
Yes. Member Green says yes. We are at 14. Are we still missing somebody? We are done. Okay, that passes 10-5. The noes were Davis, Lear, Hymus, Reel, and Vice Chair Earl. Okay, so now we are back to Member Reel's motion to amend the motion above by adding 18 to the exceptions and request that staff bring back the aforementioned information. You had something you wanted to say about 18.
18? Okay, one comment on 18. Sorry. So we've been talking about scores from back in 2013 and even further back. We have one live pilot going on. I worked with my home district, Wasatch, a couple years ago to get exemption from the sequence for Math 3, and specialists Henderson and Ock helped with that. So there's a pilot program they signed off on. That actually fits into this discussion because they asked for an exemption in year 3 to do transitional math followed by 1010 concurrent enrollment with UVU in the junior year and then 1050 in the senior year. And their objective was they wanted to see if they could get better ACT scores. They felt that they had better ACT scores back in 2013 and get more kids completing college math while they were still in high school by getting them on that 1010 in the junior year and then 1050 senior year. So they've actually been doing that thanks to our office approving that this fall. So it's kind of a live pilot experiment. So they'll have ACT scores in the spring. I think that's probably part of what's encompassed here, and getting information about that, I would hope, is to check back with them and see how that's going, because they've got pretty heavy enrollment. They've got kids in the sequence for that math, and so it's intermediate algebra 1010 in the junior year, and then college algebra in that fourth year of 1050. So just want to remind you, thank you for again authorizing that. I think it's helpful now with the timing of trying to consider some current comparisons on test scores. They should have those in the spring. Thank
Okay.
you.
Some other questions on 18. It's Lear, Davis, and then Bogus. So member Lear. I don't know why it should be Lear. I am just going on what the screen says. Member Lear, will you please, are you speaking to 18 or do
I
you
have a question about
Okay,
integrated math.
I'm gonna have you go with your
I
question
don't
first.
have a motion, I'm just,
Okay,
I'm a non-mathematician.
Okay.
Do,
I would,
so
ask your
my
question.
question is, to the staff, I'm concerned about our increasingly mobile population in Utah, nationally, and I'm concerned, and this is why I'm asking, if a student it starts with integrated math, or spends 2 years in high school on integrated math, or I don't even know when it starts, and then moves to to Wasatch District where they don't have integrated math, how confusing is it? How able are students' families to go back and forth between this kind of math and that kind of math and another kind of math?
I think so.
There we
There you
are.
go.
So it happens a handful of times every school year, but it's mostly students coming from out of another state that have the algebra, geometry, algebra 2 sequence and moving into integrated. Secondary math 1 is 85% maps to algebra. Secondary math 2 about maps to algebra 2, and secondary and actually the secondary 2 and secondary 3 is algebra 2, the algebra content, and then geometry is sprinkled the whole way through. So it doesn't cause a huge issue when a student comes in, especially if the LEA that they transfer to is doing demonstrated competencies, and they can really pinpoint which standards the student has fluency in, and then which standards they need additional personalization to learn.
Okay, that makes me feel better about more choice at the LEA level, that it doesn't completely confound students as they move around, because I think that's an increasing, I mean, Wasatch, maybe all people live there all the time, but that's not true in Salt Lake. So, thanks.
Okay, member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. I think that we need to, as we look at number 18, and I may move to amend, but I would just offer that we have code that says that our school communities have guaranteed local autonomy, and they also have flexibility. And so when we remove 18, it seems to me to be in contravention to the directive in legislative code. And so I would offer that
We would,
Pulling it to have discussion separate from the other list.
well, I don't think we should move it and vote on it separately. I think removing it is against the direction of our legislature. They've moved us in that direction. They've made it clear that that's what they expect. And so, I don't know, that's just what I would offer. Thank you.
okay. Member Davis?
Can I make a motion, a substitute motion now? I thought we already voted on the number 25. So I can amend the amendment?
You can amend the amendment, but you can't substitute.
So let me tell you my motion and you can tell me where it, but I would like to amend the amendment that this kind of is a sub, but let me just read it and you tell me what it is. That the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board members' feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports with special information given for integrated math and SMPs as to how they are currently being used.
I think that would be a sub, which means it's not in order right now, but it might be in order in a few minutes.
But if this,
You,
okay,
so let's get out from underneath the layers.
can I be in line and you tell me
You
when
are
it's
in line.
appropriate?
You are in line now. So the motion that's on the table is the amendment that adds 18 to the exception and requests that staff bring back the aforementioned information. Are you ready is that motion ready? All right. Is that motion ready? Yeah. Okay, we're going to vote now. Voting is open. Member Green? We're voting on whether or not this gets added to the underlying motion. What? So we've added 25. Now we got to see if we add 18, and then we vote on the underlying motion. We haven't voted on 18 yet. Yeah. We're voting on 18 right now. We've already voted on 25. And then we will vote on the underlying motion.
We're voting to split it out.
We are add it to the exceptions, so yes.
It will be voted on separately?
If someone makes a motion to, it just hangs out there. Member Green, what is your vote?
Yes.
It's a yes?
I'm not sure if I got it right. I'm just kidding. I think I know.
We put this on 25. Now we're voting on 18. Then we're going to take the motion that's been amended as amended. All right, so that passes 13-2. The noes are, who are the noes? Member Moss and Member Bogus. Okay, so now we're to the underlying motion, which is Member Earl's motion as amended, that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with Member Earl's input, with the exception of 28, 24, 18, and 25. We are at the underlying motion. Yes. There you go, Member Davis.
Thank you. I move that the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board member feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports, with special information as requested given for integrated math and on SMPs as to how they are used currently and what is recommended. I'd like to speak to the motion if I get a second.
Hold on. I think Elise, Miss Newey might need a second.
I have it written down. I could text it
So
to
you have
you.
a long time to speak on it.
Well,
Motion.
is there anyone prepared to make that second, or would you like to wait to see what it says? You'll second it, so Member Lear seconds it, which means that you do get to speak to your motion now, and it gives Miss Newey a minute to type it.
So I may need
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Thank you. I might have edited it a bit on the fly. I'll have to fix it at least when it gets up. Yeah, I just, several of us contributed by the deadline feedback for the math. I'm seeing, I know I did, Member Earl did, Member Klein did, Member Hymas did, Member Wood did, and we are going to be here until kingdom come. So, and I think it's fair that all of our feedback be considered. And at least in one of the very early reports, we get an idea of what the professional opinion is based on this feedback. And then we can continue again to move forward if we want to adjust in that meeting or the next following meeting. But a lot of us have participated.
Are you
So
talking, hold on, are you talking about the feedback on the numbered items,
I'm
all of
taking
those?
all of the feedback on the math standards in
So
this
you're
packet.
talking about the packet and the list?
Her list is embedded in the packet,
So can I
okay,
speak to
thanks.
this? Because
isn't it?
Hold on, hold
Okay.
on.
But is this to the writing committee? Is that what you're saying? Put
This
all of
is
to the writing?
Well, read the
for
motion.
the writing committee when they convene to consider our feedback and to report back with their professional opinion about the feedback that we have submitted.
All of the feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
Advance that to the writing committee.
In this packet, if it's inclusive of Member Earl's, what she submitted, if it's in.
So the motion on the floor is that the writing committee review and consider all previously submitted board member feedback and give their professional feedback in one of the upcoming reports with special information given for integrated math and SMPs, which stands for
Standard math practices.
standard math practices, as to how they are used currently and what is recommended. The motion's been made and seconded. The floor is open for discussion. Member Earl.
Standards of math practice.
I
Standards
would
of math.
speak against this, and this is the reason why, Cindy, I included everybody that contributed. Theirs is here. Yours is 19. Take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with integrated approach, allow for additional changes to the upper grade integrated math classes. Every one of those is in there. If you, I don't know, are we going to wait another 4 or 5 months, wait for them to go through all this, then make some, do you see what I'm saying?
Committee's recommendations also considered.
They are considered.
Included.
The ones that we already passed that whole first section, which are a duplication in many regards here. I can highlight those if you want. I started doing that earlier, but we were doing other things. So
That's fine. I guess my motion would include all of your things and the writing committee's recommendations. The review committee's recommendations, and have the writing committee look at all of it holistically and incorporate all of the board members' feedback, or at least give us an opinion as to what they can professionally do.
that's what I,
Am I right?
yep.
Is that just the initial motion before the carve-outs? Is it going back to?
No, because this has everything in it, including the review committee's
I think we're adding
recommendations.
things that don't need to be there, but I would
Let's-
speak against this.
Let's hold on. Let's please hold on. We've got a queue here. Member Carey.
Am I in line to make a substitute motion?
A sub on the floor. You can make an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment,
Okay.
and it may be a friendly, but I just think this may be a friendly, but I'd just like to strike the word professional. I think it just implies that sometimes we get unprofessional feedback, and I don't think that's the case.
okay.
So that's all.
Is that a friendly? He wants to strike professional because it implies that we sometimes get unprofessional feedback.
I was fine.
Okay. We're good. It's a friendly.
So I meant no offense by that.
All right. So Member Klein, you're next.
Okay, just based on, I just had a comment on what she said. That's why I said I didn't want to go forward with this, because it didn't look like it had taken into consideration, or that they had incorporated our recommendations into it. And that's what I thought this session was for them to, because we submitted our stuff a long time ago to them, and I thought that that's what they were going to do, is incorporate it before they came to us the first time, and it doesn't look like it was incorporated, it just was stuck at the back. And so what you're asking is what I was expecting for this meeting, and it didn't happen. And that's why I didn't want to move forward, because it hadn't been taken into consideration or figured out how to incorporate.
Whoa, hold on. Member Davis hit her light first.
Yeah, thank you. I think I appreciate that, because I think that's what everybody expected. I think it did happen too in an overarching general sense. Like this has been divided out in board member feedback that came back that was very similar to the review committee. The next feedback that was different, but just kind of a minor tweak. And then those of us who are on the pretty different from what the review committee had recommended. I would like the writing committee to be able to look at all of this and say, look, what do the review committee think? What do the board members think? Where do they dovetail? Where do we see we can incorporate in a more hearty document and help us with that? I would like all of us to be considered.
Hit your button. I'm going by the list.
Okay.
Member Klein.
I just want to say that is what I perceive board member, what board member Earl was trying to do with this list is doing what wasn't done by the review committee. She was trying to do in order so that we could have a productive conversation where everything was taken into consideration. She tried to do it on her own, it appears. And I appreciate that.
I speak to them.
That was a big lift.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Click your button if you want to speak. And where did it go?
I got it. Earl?
Vice Chair Earl.
All right, so let me, the committee that submitted these, wasn't their job or responsibility to go through and mesh them. They were just to bring those forward. They were to submit those. Then the board members could submit theirs too. I took those, taking into consideration Matt's and every single person's here, trying to mesh those in. That's why they're concise, elements here. I think I would vote against this because what we're now asking is put your writing committee together. I don't know how long that's going to take, maybe 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, depending on, you got to get this organized. Then they start meeting. Then you're going to say, now will you look at all this stuff and decide what you like and what you don't like and professionally we're starting to go all this instead of saying, we're interested in these items because these are the things that were submitted both from the review committee as well as members, and then take those into consideration. I just think we're going to be adding, I think, in my view, another 4 or 5 months on the process instead of, I think, yep. And the step isn't to have them mesh it together. Our staff have provided that feedback so that we could, and that's why I tried to make the recommendations as concise as possible so that they overlapped, and many of them will overlap. But
So I'm up. And I think we've given, they obviously have a lot of feedback. They're obviously taking the feedback. Let them go and do what they need to do. We don't need to amend the process on the fly and add another step when we've clearly given the feedback. For them to bring feedback back to us and then do it, we should not be inserting ourselves at this point. We made a process. We should follow the process. If we don't like the process, we amend the process again. But I have full confidence that our folks can take feedback and figure out where we're going with this. And to ask them to give us feedback kind of puts them in a bad position. I don't think that's an appropriate position for our staff or our writing committee. I think that puts them in the middle, and they've got enough information to move forward. Now, if you don't feel like you have enough information to move forward, please let us know so that we can make a better decision. But I feel like the signals I'm getting are you have the information to move forward, and adding that step isn't necessarily what you need in order to move forward. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I value our process, stick to our process. If we don't like it, change it later. Who's next?
Member Davis.
Member Davis.
So seemed when I listened to Member Earl speak that we're saying the same thing. So I'm not sure where, if I have the disconnect or if she does, one of us do. But my question is, do we need to know when there are conflicting pieces of information? So in this motion here, it says we're moving that the board adopt the review committee's recommendations with Member Earl's input. So with the exception of these. Well, what happens when the review committee has one input on S&Ps and Member Earl has a conflicting input of S&Ps? Does this board have some kind of expectation that they go with mine or hers or the review committees? Or are we just saying, hey, consider all of it and do the best you can and bring us what you think is best for kids? I mean, I guess that's really why I wanted that extra piece, is because I want to know in the conflicting areas. If the board's saying, hey, we're okay if it's conflicting, and just make us your best product and bring it back based on everything you know and do and have and incorporate what you can, okay. But I don't want to get back and then have someone say, well, you didn't do it the way I wanted, but we also moved to the review committee's recommendations. So as long as we're clear, then fine, but I would like special information on SMPs and integrated math standards. Because I
Can
need to learn
speak to
more.
that? So the SMPs,
And then
right,
after that is.
we are going to address that with number, whatever. I don't know which one it is now, 24, 18, 12, 24. Okay, so 24, we carved it out so we can address that specifically. I took it out so there isn't a conflict, because there is a conflict currently with me and probably with the math, with the writing committee and maybe others. And so I want to be able to address that, right? And maybe that single piece we need to have come back to us, but we don't need the whole thing. And the same thing with the integrated. Maybe that needs to come back as a mechanism in moving forward while they're putting the writing committee together, whatever. So the other things I don't think.
And then all the rest of our feedback is to be
Feedback.
considered. There's not an
what it
expectation. It
says.
is going to be
I have
applied
it in, I
if
have it
it's
in
in
there.
conflict from the writing committee.
That's what
Okay.
the motion is. Member Bogus?
Drop me.
Yes, ma'am. So, through the chair, I would like to query Member Davis. It seems as if her motion seeks to nullify the carve-out of 24, 18, and 25 and put them back in.
No, it doesn't. Well, it could.
But if the substitute motion passes, then we can't vote on those separately. Yep. So it's a full-fledged substitute motion, and to me, it pulls back in what Member Reel, Member Klein, and Member Earl carved out. And I just want to make certain that that was the intent.
Are you in withdrawal? Okay. Member Davis?
With the clarification that we just had with this whole entire board and understanding when there's a conflict, what's expected and how that's going to move forward, and that the review committee recommendations are going to move forward along with our input, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, is there an objection to that, with that motion being withdrawn?
Yes, I have an objection because I tried to withdraw a motion. You said it belongs to the body and you have to vote.
Well, because someone gave an objection.
Well, so I'm gonna object.
Oh, my gracious. So we need to vote. We're going to vote. No worries.
I have a
It's all ready
comment
to
or question if there's
go. No,
other than the lights.
no. You're done.
I'm done.
Mhm.
Does this bring it back to us before they can go ahead?
You mean Davis's motion?
Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the intent of this reporting back that the writing committee has to freeze its work until they report to us and we say go ahead and resolve some conflict? Or is this just a midstream report that they tell us what they're finding as they consider all these recommendations?
Well, they couldn't do the work. We've made a bunch of objections. We have to decide on them.
This sends everything to the writing committee, correct? Okay, everything. And then it reports to us how they're doing on a couple of specified items on which there appears to be some tension.
She withdrew. It's done.
So you've withdrawn it?
Yes, it's
Okay,
dead.
So
Um,
I have no idea who's moving what.
okay, can you make your objection withdrawal on record?
To avoid confusion, I withdraw my objection.
Okay, all right. So that is withdrawn. So what we now have is that the board adopt the review committee's recommendation with member Earl's input, except for 24, 18, and 25. And a clarification, or for Chair Moss, this would allow their work to move forward.
I just want to be, it's the recommendation from here, right?
Yes.
Okay, because when you say that it may not be all of, does that make sense? It's the recommendations for Utah
Yes.
math standard. Okay,
Yes,
I just want to make sure I
absolutely.
understand and not just all the
Yes.
recommendations and then.
Director Thronson, on behalf of the committee, is there any objection or anything we need to know that's concerning? No. Like, do they need more information from us to be able to do what we're asking them to do? Yeah, I didn't mean it like formally, like.
Many of these have already been covered in what you guys approved already. So that's, as long as they're not in conflict, we might have one
Okay.
or two that you said this, but now we said this.
Okay,
Those might be parts that we might come to committee when we're
When you're
working
doing the
through the
report.
recommendations and being like, it said this and this, what do you
Okay.
really want?
okay,
But I think we can navigate those as we come to them.
okay, so you don't need any other information. Okay, Member Davis.
Would it be friendly to say incorporating board members previously submitted? Because right now the motion says member Earl's
So
submissions.
can
I know
we-
you have a list, but then can we clarify that it's the list that's inclusive of all board members' feedback, or just replace your name with board members' previously submitted feedback instead of it just saying board members' Earl's
No.
feedback?
I mean,
Tell me.
the reason why, once again, is all of your feedback, Cindy, is on number, and I can go down the others.
I get
Maths
that,
is
but the
on this.
motion
There's
only
no-
has your name on it.
The reason why is because and it's not worded correctly. It needs to say board members' recommendation for Utah math standards. That's, not that it has to be
That's
board
fine.
member Earl, but it's the recommendation for
great.
Utah math
Then
standards.
let's write it like that.
Okay, so let's write it so it's clear what we're talking about and not
You
just,
condensed all.
yes, condensed it. So it's recommendation for Utah math standards. It's not just board member Earl.
Yes. Was any of our input altered, or was it written verbatim what we submitted?
Cindy, let me read it to you again.
I'm just asking you
I
for
know.
a yes or no really quick.
No. I'll
You
I'll
didn't
see if I
take,
can
like,
find
what I
Matt's.
gave, you kind of adjusted it?
They're going to have to go, it says, take into consideration Cindy Davis's comments for those wanting to continue with the integrated math approach. Allow for additional changes in the upper level. Actually, that is changed because you said don't make any other changes in the upper grades on your document. And I said, allow for changes in the upper level for integrated math. So take into your considerations the specific stuff and then allow them to make changes as necessary. And then Matt's, I could find Matt's if you want me to
Okay, I
locate
just
yours.
would like them to use both of these documents, that one and this one.
All right.
Is that an amendment? Is that a motion?
No, it's just a request that they look at both, just to make sure they get our, how we
The mo-
submitted it, yeah. Okay, great. Okay, that's my question.
All right, are there any other amendments? Okay, so what we've got on the floor is Member Straight.
Don't have an amendment, but if I'm understanding, we're asking them not to consider 24, 18, and 25.
That's correct. They are separate. They will be after this vote if we make it
Okay.
there. Okay, all right, are you ready to vote? Okay, we're gonna vote, guys. Voting is open.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. I'm sorry. That's what text is for.
I have a question. That's not, I don't think that's the language. Is it this right here? That the board adopt and review committee recommendations for Utah math standards with board input?
So I put with board input because that's all I fit. I thought your document would be named.
It needs to be named. That's why that's what I just said just a minute ago. It needs to specifically be named. Recommendations for Utah math standards, so that is that right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
We are missing one person's vote.
Did you vote? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Just a very,
It's a point of order. Point of information.
I believe the second B should be capitalized because it's referring to our.
Okay. Capitalize the second.
And the small b does reference a different.
Different, yeah. Capitalize so that it's clear that it's our board. It's the board. Yep. Okay. Is that right? Member Carey?
The voting is open.
But
On the official motion.
that's what's going to be in the record right there. Yeah. Thank you. Are you going to? Okay. All right. That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Is there another motion for the floor? Yes. All right. Member Bogus.
I move that the board approve and forward number 18 to the writing committee.
Okay. The motion. Do we have a second? Second from Clyde. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I just, I kind of already did. I think we've got code that says we
Yeah.
allow for flexibility, we allow for LEA autonomy, and I think we need to forward this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just need to give you the opportunity. Anyone want to speak to that? Member Davis?
Well, I would just continue to like to postpone it until we get some
So
more
you're-
information.
So you're speaking against the
Yeah,
motion?
against it.
Okay. Any other comments? I see none. Do you have that ready? Do you have a comment?
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to clarify, I think if this is forwarded, they will receive information in the process of review, as I understand it. So I think it all goes into that funnel if we push this ahead.
Very good. All right. Any other comments on 18?
I just want to ask for clarity, and Member Davis, I'm going to ask for clarity for both of us, because your comment made me question here. We pulled 3 sections to have discussion right now separately, not to postpone. That's correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
but she would rather postpone. She was speaking against the motion.
Okay. Right, so there's no these aren't to postpone these 3, it's just to pull to
No.
have discussion right now.
That is
As
correct.
an individual item.
Now, if somebody makes a motion, then it's a motion, but right now, it's not a motion. She made the motion to move it forward. If somebody wanted to do something else, it would. All right. The motion is to put 18 back on the list. Any other, were you commenting on that? Okay.
Did I not formulate that language correctly?
No, you did.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are you speaking to it?
All these till we get the additional information.
Okay, so you would be doing a substitute motion. A motion to postpone. Okay. You doing a motion to postpone? Okay. Do we have a second on a motion to postpone?
But I also have something else.
Wait, what?
I want to make it clear that they're going to also use this document for the review committee recommendations.
Okay, so we will address the motion to postpone first, and then you can make whatever motion you want to after. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded to postpone those three items until there's more information.
So, may I speak to that?
Hold on, did we have a second? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Did you speak to your motion?
I just would like more information on those areas.
Okay. All right, now, till we have more information.
As soon as we can get that information we requested, it could be in one of our Thursday meetings or a month from now.
Okay. Now, the floor is open for speaking for or against this motion to postpone. Member Bogus.
Yeah, so I would speak against the motion for a number of reasons, some of which were presented by our staff. They said in order to get moving, if we delay, then we're going to delay month after month after month, and then we change our minds and we shift gears like a bad old transmission. I just don't think it's fair to them. I think it's safe to say, if we want to say that we approve and forward 18 to the writing committee and ask them to report back with more information, I would be amenable to an amendment, but I'm not amenable to a postponement.
Okay.
I think that the argument has been made by our staff in this room that's not something that is going to work well.
Okay. Other comments to the motion? Uh-huh.
Okay. The reason my understanding is that it's come to us because they want our feedback. And then we're sending it back to them saying, we want your feedback. And we could go back and forth all day long, that we're in the space where we are supposed to be giving them our feedback. So I don't think that what we're doing prohibits you from digging and getting more data, but we're here to vote on what our reply is to them, because they're looking for our feedback in this step of the process.
And yeah, that's
right. So we
yes.
just need to move forward
I
and do our part.
Yeah, I just want to remind the board that they are going to be communicating with some reports to us regularly. So if they run into trouble, that's going to be part of their reports. So they can if something's problematic, like number 18, they can bring that in a report as they go through their work. And I would anticipate that they would run into things that they might want feedback on. But seeing no other lights, oh, I do see a light. Member Davis.
Yeah, thank you. I would like the information, like the data on who's using what and how prior, because we've just moved two conflicting things. We moved two opposite recommendations in these spaces, and I think we need to postpone and get some more information and flesh out what we're really saying in these areas.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other lights, we are ready to vote. Voting is open. The motion is to postpone items 18, 24, 25 until more information is presented. And there's a clarification that it is contingent really on data, just FYI. Got 3 more people thinking. Member Green, do you have a vote for us?
My vote is no.
No? Member Green is a no? We got one person thinking. Okay, here we go. That fails 13-2. The yeses are Straight and Davis. All right, so that brings us back to Bogus's motion, which is the board approve and forward 18 to the writing committee. Do we have any comments to that? All right, seeing none, let's 18 is the traditional versus integrated. To give LEAs flexibility. The writing committee can come back with a report that that is problematic and why it's problematic and how it's problematic and data on that, or they can just tell us that it's peachy keen. That is up to the writing committee. All right. So, we do. Member Klein, do you have a comment to that motion specifically?
Yes, hang on, I'm just finding it here really quick. I just want to add reference a code in there based on.
Is this the same code that Member Bogus read?
Yeah, so that they know when it goes back that this is what it's based on, that this integrated, the choice is up to them based on what Utah code says.
Okay.
That they have to allow for that choice.
Okay. And
if we have to make, another set of standards or whatever.
No, she's.
I just want it referenced, the code 53E2301-3 that guarantees the LEAs have the choice in how they teach their
she's
what
essentially
pedagogy they use and
she's
curriculum.
Essentially supporting your
the standards.
motion
Yes.
by referencing the code that you
Just
read
strengthening
earlier.
it.
Okay. Oh, you doing an amendment?
I just want to add it to, so your motion is to move it forward based on that piece of code.
So you want to make an amendment?
Yes, I want to make an amendment.
Without objection, I'm fine. We don't have to vote on that unless somebody's done.
Okay.
Is there objection from the
friendly.
body to reference the code?
53E2301-3. Yep.
Anybody? All right, I hear none, so let's vote.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Green is a yes. Yes, they're typing it in. We changed it, we added a reference to code. Now voting is open. Oh, I gotta do my own vote. All right, we're at 12. We need 3 more. 1 more. Someone look to see who that one is, please. Oh, I'm sorry. She did. Just so everybody remembers, it's not the last vote. Just like it's not the goalie's fault. There were 7 people before them. We are a fan of not the goalie's fault, as the mother of 2 goalies.
I'm going to start voting for you, Joe.
Okay, that passes 8-7. The noes would be Lear, Booth, Wood, Reel, Norton, Straight, Davis. All right, so are there any other motions?
I do have a motion on 24.
Okay.
And this is my recommendation. I just want to just throw it out there why that recommendation's there, and if people want to amend or whatever. So it's use recommendations and language from, and I'm using What Works Clearinghouse.
Slow down.
It's up there already.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know if it's up there, but it's 24. So.
Oh, okay.
What Works Clearinghouse to combine standard for mathematical practice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8 into a simple, usable practice related to procedural fluency when solving problems. Those have to do with problem solving. And then simplify language around SMPs on 6 and 7. And I have recommendations, but if they have, I guess I'm leaving this fluid.
Okay, hold on. Do we have a second on this motion?
Okay. Uh-huh. No, I'm asking it to put it on the list.
There's a second from Member Hymas. would you like to speak to your motion now?
Yes, thank you.
Vice Chair Earl?
Yeah. So just in its the simplification of the language, attend to precision, calculate accurately and efficiently, and I'm giving what I would do, accurately and efficiently, and use clear and concise notation to work using standard algorithms. Look for and make use of structure, and then simplifying that. And then I have the standards should reflect expectations of practice. So my recommendation is that the writing committee look at those items, simplify the language, and condense it down, and then actually put it into the standards so that if it's a standard on precision, we don't have something separate. We're actually saying this is where in this standard, you're going to adhere to calculating accurately and efficiently and use clear and concise notation for whatever it is. So there's a direct application of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 8. There's a lot of repetition in there from patterns to whatever. I just think condense it to what is the most efficient problem solving. I referenced What Works Clearinghouse because I found that it's interesting. Math has research on all kinds of levels. They seem to be pretty solid on research that has strong evidence there. At least that's what I found. And if I'm wrong, you guys can make an amendment or someone can suggest otherwise.
So we've got a motion, and it's been seconded, and are there comments to that? Is Member Bogus?
So, if I could query the maker of the motion.
Okay, hold on. All right, go ahead.
So,
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, go ahead, your question.
so my question,
This question is going to be directed towards the maker of the motion. The question's going to come your
Yes.
direction in just a minute.
okay, so as I searched for What Works Clearinghouse, I only get a Facebook page. And I'm a little concerned about what this organization really is. Could someone direct me to a place where I could get more information?
Is it
What
on
Works
air?
Clearinghouse, it's the Department of Ed. And unless, I do want to add strong evidence to that.
There it is.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
So unless there's any problem with that from anyone, just make sure it has strong evidence, not just the moderator.
Okay, so hold on. Click your button if you have hold on. Member Davis and then Member Klein.
I'm in queue for another.
Okay. Member Klein?
Somebody pulled that up. I don't know who has it up, but I've looked on their site before and found the different levels of evidence, like their definition for like evidence informed, evidence based, strong evidence, and if it's anything less than, I think strong evidence is the highest one. I just would like to see their definitions and have everybody see them, because the others, the evidence based and the evidence informed, are such loose definitions as to almost render them meaningless. And so just because it says evidence-based or evidence-informed, or so I just want to verify that strong evidence is the highest and what their definition of that is, so that we know what that actually means, or that it even means anything at all before we vote on that. High quality casual.
It's causal rather than correlational, correct? Or casual. It's not casual.
That's what strong
And
evidence
it's not correlation, it's causal.
Okay, whereas the others are possible correlation, so it makes it really loose.
Is it a lower effect size? I don't know what the. Yeah, actually.
So,
Um,
to be, I'll just yell, use my coach's voice. To be causal, it has to be done with an experiment where you're actually implementing some different effect. And so then you know that the difference isn't just circumstance or coincidental, it's actually what you did that is causing it.
Well, I Dr. Ali Lee, just I've remembered, sort of. Only once. Okay. So I want to add to that in this particular, like, Clearinghouse is doing randomized trials, and that can potentially be inequitable in where they're locating their randomized trials from. And so even though it's saying that there is strong evidence, looking at where they're selecting from their population is actually very important here. And so looking beyond just the fact that they're saying we're using these wonderful designs is very important. And so Stats Guy would agree with me. He's nodding. So I would caution us to not just say, oh, it's strong evidence because it fits this research design, which is how they classify strong, moderate, and whatever.
So they don't take that into consideration in the clearinghouse?
They look at how the design, like which designs these researchers are reporting, and they're looking at they're like doing a meta-analysis of the research that's out there in order to determine and put them into buckets, and then look deeply at what's going there in those buckets, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep. Member Klein?
Yes, so one of the reasons I pulled off number 25 and I have concerns about 24 is because of the What Works Clearinghouse, and in researching their website, they give a lot of grants. Like, that's what they do. They give grants so that local schools and districts can implement their latest research project, which equates to experimental programs on students to see what works. And I am not a fan of our students being guinea pigs for the government's experiments and calling it research.
Okay.
So I would be opposed to sending both of these forward.
Okay. Thank you. Member Davis? Member Davis does not have. Okay. I see no other lights. Let's take this to a vote. Member Green, the motion on the floor is, oh my goodness, that the board adopt recommendation 24 from the recommendations for Utah math standards. Do you have a vote?
I'm no.
Okay. Member Green is a no. We're at 13. 2 more, please. 1 more. Okay, that passes 11-4. The noes being Lear, Green, Klein, Bogus. All right, do we have any other?
I would make a motion that, what's left, 25? That 25 be added to our recommendations moving forward.
Is there a second for that? Second from Norton.
And I'll speak to that real quick. All these recommendations for assisting struggling students in math have strong recommendations. I've looked down through a number of these. They have some great examples. The research is sound around these, and I would just encourage us as we're looking at these to just kind of take those into consideration as we're working with making recommendations and standards that could be assisting our struggling students. And anyways, that's what I'd say.
Okay, see no other lights. There was a second. Norton seconded it. Member Lear?
Maybe you said this and I was not listening, but what is the What Works Clearinghouse?
Yeah, you had us.
Never mind.
It's right up here.
Lazy listener. Like, I could see that.
Well, it's a clearinghouse that the Department of Ed runs. They give it red, yellow, green, based on the strength of the experimental design.
Yeah, and you can look down through it. It gives you the actual experiment, what took place, what's going on,
But
the
it comes
research
from
was associated with.
the U.S. Department. It doesn't
Yes.
come from some random
No.
weird researcher.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
they are random researchers, but then
Came
they
from
collect the random
At least
research.
you're connected to the Department of Education.
That's
Yeah,
right.
it is. IES.
It's part of it. The research is outside.
But they count the votes on Facebook and Instagram. All right, we ready? Let's, ready? Okay, voting is open.
Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green.
We're going back to 328.
Yes, we will. Okay, we're waiting on 2. That passes 11-4. The noes are Carey, Green, Klein, Bogus. All right. Any other motions? Thank you. Hold on.
So awesome, good job. And
Okay.
there are still some board or review committee recommendations that you haven't
we
covered.
have to go back to the list.
So we have to go back to page 5 of
Yes,
14.
we do.
We can get through the board member Earl ones quickly because they were combined into the other, but some of the other ones may not have been, or we just haven't addressed it. Unless there's a way you want to handle it differently.
So this is, I think, what Member Davis was talking about. Were you wanting to move the whole document? Is that what you were doing? Oh,
It's
okay.
back in your paper packet. You don't
It's
need
your
it.
paper?
Page 4, bottom of 4. This is a
So,
great time to have no internet.
Emotion. I just want the committee to be able to use this document in addition to Member Earl's list,
right.
so that they can clarify and cross-reference between the two.
So are you moving the entire document forward
To be used.
to be used? Okay, the motion on the
Well,
floor
considered.
is the whole document is to
Considered.
be used and considered. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Well, you would, okay.
In conjunction, not in place of.
Right. Okay, a substitute, that had a second. Yes, you can sub now.
I would move that we return to our amendments on R277-328. Pick up where we left off.
Wait,
Do we have to
don't we
vote?
need to
Okay,
vote first? on
so, well, I thought it was going to be a sub, but that's not actually a sub. No, because
motion.
it wouldn't, it's on a different item. It's a different agenda item. So we would have to do something with the agenda item that's open.
Let's vote.
So, all right. Let's
So to
vote.
move the agenda?
Well, if we've got to close this out, and the motion
I
that's on
would-
the floor is to
I would motion to postpone indefinitely this
Okay.
item.
postpone indefinitely. Do we have a second?
Which item?
Moving the document forward. Okay, so it's been moved, seconded by Bogus. Any comments, or would we like to
This
move
to postpone.
This is to
Question.
postpone this document indefinitely, which means it comes off.
I have a
Member Davis.
question.
You're next, Ben. Oh, you did have her.
Nope, here, kill myself. There you go.
No,
No,
now you gotta take it off there.
Rookie.
Yeah.
I would vote against this motion because this, I mean, if you don't want them to use this in conjunction with Member Earl's list to cross-reference and clarify the committee's recommendations and such, then you would vote no, but we deserve an opportunity to vote if they can use both documents to look at what has been recommended by board members and by the review committee.
Okay, You wanted to speak to the motion?
Could I just ask a question? What would be excluded? I've gotten lost in the,
Nothing. She wants to move the rest of it forward as approved.
I know. What would be excluded if we didn't do this?
The review committee would not use this stuff.
Well, we approved the first page, didn't we?
We
Yes.
approved up through
Okay.
page 4, but
Through
then in
page
the
4, that's
next,
my question.
in the next motion,
Okay.
we approved the review committee's recommendations based on Member Earl's list, which is fine. But she said she included everything on this, but it is summarized a bit differently, and I think they should be able to have access to both documents so they can cross-coordinate what the review committee recommended and what board members recommended and such.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
All right, seeing
As
no
a
other
reference.
lights, the vote right now is to postpone the document indefinitely. And will you please open the voting? Use this one.
It's a no.
Emily, Member Green, what was your vote?
No.
She did say no. Member Green is a no. We're missing one. Oh, okay. There it is. Okay. That fails 12-3. The yeses being Bogus, Klein, Earl. That means we are back to Member Earl's motion. Wait, no. Member Davis's motion that the entire document is to be used and considered by the writing committee. I see no lights. Let's vote. No, I know. I know our closed caption closes at 10:30.
They're all in conjunction. When you move this, they're all in.
Yeah, it doesn't nullify any previous vote.
We aren't simplifying, we're saying it's way too much, it's overload.
Green is a no.
Member Green is a no. Thank you, Member Green. Okay, wait, are y'all moving it? Is anybody else going to switch? All right. All right, that passes 9-6. The noes are Chair Moss, Carey, Klein, Green, Earl, and Bogus. All right. Do we have any other motions?
I have a clarifying question. Am I done with this?
Unless you want to keep it for reference. For the purpose of this meeting, unless you have another motion, that is done. All right. Thank you, writing committee, review committee. We look forward to your service on the writing committee because this is so much fun. What? I know. So are they going to be on the writing committee? Who made that rule? All right, we are back to 3:28. Where did we leave off?
328,
I don't know, but are we taking a break?
yes, let's take 325. Member Hurd.
Go.
We just all
Yeah.
Are we taking a recess? Is that what I'm observing? Yeah. We're taking a 5-minute break.
I didn't give them a break, but they're taking it anyway.
I'm not. I'm just standing up. You tell me what to do.
I can show you where we're at.
Okay, thank you. I'm, for 5, I gotta get where we're at. I can't lead because I don't know where we're at.
So this was the motion postponed that came after the failed amendment. So because this amendment failed, we're back to the underlying motion that we, all the way up here, that we draft 2 as amended.
Okay,
So we're open to other.
okay. Will you put that, can somebody put that up so I can just read it?
Yes, I'm gonna
Okay.
get Greg, you're right. So, and I tried to make the recommendations. I'm feeling weird. I'm sorry if I've been. Well, no. What you did, here we just voted on these very precise things, and now we're saying, precise is not really. Can you get by me? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. No, you're. This as a cross-reference, if you took everything. It won't be a cross-reference. What it's gonna be is, we'll take this and we'll just use whatever we want in here now, because now we just open it up to what everything. It won't matter what the 25 things that I went through. And there are 25 things for all. Yes. So there's additional things, why did they separate this out into different areas? Because there's a discrepancy. These are not an equal match. This is not the same. These are different from the review committee. And there's so. Sure. No, I do not. The reason why I went through it is to get a very concise item. So, but now it's like, whatever. Concise means to me, you can go through it, right? Because, I'll show you. They have, for example, where is it? Balance the debt with the quantity of standards. No, we don't want that now. What they're gonna say, the review committee would have submitted this. I don't care how many standards are in there. What I care about is whether it's quality standards. So now we're gonna say, no, we've got 2 competing ideas. That's what I think they're saying. That's going deeper in the standards that matter, rather than having. I don't care if they have tons of standards. I want the number of standards to cover what the kids need to know. That's what I said here. There's a difference between simplified and the number of standards. I want the numbers, I want the standards simple.
We are coming back to order. As soon as 8 people are present. We are moving forward.
We're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right, so the motion on the floor is not projected. The motion on the floor is draft 2 moving forward. So, but it's going to, the last motion as amended with every amendment that's passed so far. We are in Bogus's, and then we have Norton, and then we have Carey. Norton is off the list, you are right. But then someone told me to add him, and I didn't have my pen with me. All right, so the motion on the floor, why is this, Mr. Cannell, why is this not showing?
Because he's getting connected. It'll be
'Kay.
20 seconds. Count. Only 13 seconds.
All right, the motion on the floor is the substitute motion made by Member Davis, seconded by Member Norton, that the board approve R277328, educational equity in, it's not educational equity in school draft 2, it's. Oh, yeah, until it's amended, okay.
So we're trying to equal opportunity in education. No, we voted on.
We voted on a billion amendments, but the underlying motion is this, so now we pick up with Member Bogus's amendments. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just reminding everybody what the underlying is. I know. I know. I have to be Zoom. He's.
3 of us will be here. I know Molly has a conflict.
I'm going to be zooming in. I don't know, and we have 8, so we're moving forward. Member Bogus, do you have another amendment you'd like to put on the floor? Hold on, I've got to now do.
Quiet. Sorry. Can we get a little quiet?
Yeah, can we get some quiet, please? Thank you. All right, Member Bogus?
So I move to amend the motion via substitution of the following language, and they have it to put up there.
Okay. Oh.
No. It's in your email inbox, Elise.
Yeah, the underlying motion is draft 2 as amended, and the floor
So,
is open for
Elise,
amendment.
it's in your inbox. I want to start with the one sent at 8:40.
All right, is this the one that are you doing a substitute now?
Nope, I'm moving, oh, they just passed it. I'm moving to amend by striking all the language and replacing it with what you see there.
Okay, so all what language?
All the language.
So No, she is not saying that. She is saying that
I move to amend the motion via substitution of this language.
No, she's substituting the entire rule with this language.
So you're moving another draft.
Nope.
Right.
Nope, I'm not moving another draft. I'm moving to amend the motion by substituting this language.
Motion and seconded. I don't know if that's an amendment, though. That is substantial, which would be a substitute. That would be a substitute motion.
Okay, actually, it's not.
Why?
And so I would appeal the ruling of the chair and ask you for your line and verse that says I cannot amend via substitute.
Why would it be a problem to be a substitute? Oh, I see. So now we need to.
I'm moving
will
to
you-
amend the motion by striking all the language
Okay.
and using this language.
Can, AG Buse, I don't have my book. Is she looking it up? Okay. Because there's already a substitute and she wouldn't be able to do a substitute. Can you turn on your mic, please?
Can you use your light, please, and say that?
Go ahead.
You're good. You're on. It's generally a paragraph or not. Hold on. She's not. I'm sorry.
We gotta get you on the mic, sorry.
I can repeat it
We're
if you
trying to
give
get you
me.
hooked up here.
It's not a substitute motion, it's a
Okay, I will just say in Robert's rules that if it's a substantial amount and it generally says more than a paragraph, then it's a substitute rather than an amendment.
Does that have a citing? She asked for a chapter verse.
Sorry, I don't have that right now.
Okay. Do you have a point of order or a point of information? Go for it. Oh, sorry. I told you to go for it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So, if I may, to the maker of the motion.
Sure. Well, you can ask me and she can answer or not.
Okay.
It's her choice.
So my question would be, is this you're not making an amendment, you're making a motion to strike, is that correct?
If you want to frame it in that language, the language I used was.
Well, I'm just trying to give clarity to AG Buse on what she should be researching.
So I moved to amend via the following language.
So I can read to you, it's 12.8, 3B, to substitute, that is, in effect, to strike out a paragraph or the entire text of a resolution or a main motion and insert another in its place.
So this is not a main motion.
So that is a substitute when you take out the entire text.
Of the
Okay.
main motion.
Okay, so my RRO says I can do this.
Well, where?
He's a national guy.
Oh, no, I mean, if you can give me a reference, I'd be willing to consider it, but this is the entire text.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
So the chair needs to make a ruling. The chair needs to make a ruling on it.
Yeah, that's a substitute. That's not an amendment. You're not amending something, you're absolutely substituting it. That's not in order. It would be the whole rule.
So that is not what Robert's rule says.
Well, that's my ruling.
So then I would appeal the ruling again.
Then we vote. Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, go for it, please. I don't know. I don't know any better.
I'm curious.
I
remember there's a process. I forget what the vote is.
Whether we agree with the chair.
It's majority or two-thirds.
We've done it. I just don't remember it. It needs a majority. Does it need a second? What needs a second in particular? The appeal? Is there a second for the appeal? You're going to second? Okay. Motion for the appeal has been made and seconded. Second goes by Terry. Yep. And now it's a majority? All right, will you cue that up? No, we're voting on the, at this point in time. The motion is, can someone type that up, please, so it's in the record? Yeah, you can. I just want to get them typing first.
I'm trying to.
You got to take someone off to turn. She's got a point of information. Member Klein?
Yes, I would love to consider this, but I'm just curious if she's being told by somebody she can do it, if they've cited where. Well, I know, but is there a citation from the maker of the
That's what I
motion?
asked. And I think she's looking it up.
I know, but I understand. But she seems very confident, so I'm wondering if she has other information than what was shared by. Well, but if she's so
Michelle,
certain,
I'm
then
sorry.
she must have something to back it up.
Could I ask for your citation?
I gave you my citation already.
Yep, but I didn't
And
catch it.
so now you're on an appeal. And so you're voting on the appeal, and it is a majority vote. It did need to be seconded. You can debate this, whether you're going to vote yes or no on the appeal, and then you vote on the appeal.
What was the section number? I think Member Bogus is trying to look around and see if there's some counter, if I'm hearing it right. 7 point something rather. Or
12.8 3B.
3B.
12.8 3B.
Okay. So
And
if there's
we're in a position that you're in an appeal.
All right, is there any debate to that? Anybody, lights on? Member Hymas?
Yeah, thank you. If I'm speaking openly here, I like the rule, but I don't know if there's room. I mean, I've heard what AAGBU said, and I just don't know where the argument lies or the debate lies, right? If there's a different way, I'm happy to support this. But as far as having this vote off of where this is when we don't have other references, it's difficult for me to support something that's not referenced when we're asking for references. Anyway, thank you.
Is it possible to call up the rule that has been cited by the parliamentarian or Attorney General Buse, right, so we can all see what the language of that particular provision is?
Would you be willing to Google that reference? No, I was asking Mr. Cannell. Oh, are they? We are debating the appeal. Yeah, I asked it, I said the floor was open for discussion. Member Hymas said something, but Member Carey asked for the citation to be put on this, and there it is. She did. He asked for it to be posted.
Go back to Gladstone and Disraeli. I was going to say we were at the 1997 California standards, and now what?
I guess we're looking it up. While we're looking it up, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. That would be a point of
Point of order,
information.
point of information. Just sequentially, Member Bogus. So if this proposed amendment is not in order, then there's an underlying amendment on the table, which if it passes, no, what's underlying?
Yeah, there's
Just,
Oh,
isn't
there's
there
an
an
underlying
underlying
motion.
motion? Would there be another opportunity to bring this after that one is ruled upon? Is that the, so the underlying motion is just the overall rule at this point? Draft 2. And so, okay. And that's the question, whether the substitute cannot replace the whole thing. Well, let's see what we got here.
It appears that
Sounds like it might fit.
right. To me, I read that, and again, I would defer to the, well, maybe not defer, but certainly welcome input.
Our parliamentarians, yeah, it helps. I'm not the chair.
I'm sorry,
Okay,
what
stop
did you,
talking.
I'm trying to speak to the text, which it was my understanding that the original finding was that it may be out of order, but as I'm reading this, it says to substitute, which is to strike out a paragraph or the entire text of a resolution.
right, and we were telling her, we were saying she wants it to be an amendment because a substitute is not in order.
Why is the substitute not?
Because we've already,
Mm-hmm.
because we already have a substitute.
Specific to resolutions? Because why does it say resolution? No, it's
I
or
see.
main motion.
She needs it to be an amendment because she can't move it if it's a
I get it.
Mm.
We already have some. All right.
Yeah.
So we can, there it is, so we can vote. Yes.
So what are we, wait, what are we voting?
We are voting whether or not
So a
to
yes means
support,
what? I support you?
Yes means to appeal the ruling, the chair's ruling.
Oh, so no would mean we agree.
No is you agree with the chair. Yes is to appeal the chair's ruling.
I'm not moving a main motion, so this would apply.
But you're the main motion right now. That's what's
what?
So then they don't.
Wait, we're in the middle of a vote. Member
Green
Green,
is a yes.
you're a yes?
So my vote is to yes, appeal. Is that what we're voting on?
Yes, yeah, you got it right. We're missing one. Oh, we're not? Oh, math is bad. All right, so that fails 12 noes, 2 yeses, and 1 abstain. The yeses are Green and Bogus, and Klein abstained. So we are back to the underlying motion. We're pulling it up. Which, yes, it is draft 2 as amended. All right. Is a substitute motion made by Member Davis, second by Member Norton, that the board approve R277-328, Equal Opportunity in Education, Draft 2, as amended. Did you have others?
Yep.
Okay.
So I would start on line 166 and 169. Through 169, I believe. Who's running the thing, Angie? Is that you? Yeah, the most recent one. I think you passed it, but I'll let you find it. Mm-hmm. No. All right. So I would move to amend those lines to read, prohibit or ban discussions of events, ideas, attitudes, beliefs, or concepts in the marketplace of ideas consistent with sections, etc.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Member Hymas? Yeah, well, are you gonna pull up what it is currently? Okay, thank you. While they're pulling it up, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. It has a couple words in there that are just really not appropriate. One would be fostered, and we remove that language, fostered in a learning environment. And I would offer, let me find my document here, that the word foster means to nurture, and there are some ideas that shouldn't be nurtured. And we probably shouldn't be fostering ideas in a learning environment. Let me pull it just a second. I'm so sorry. So the word foster means to bring up, nurture, to promote the growth and development, cultivate, advance, cherish. And so I think marketplace of ideas is open enough. We don't need to foster ideas.
Okay. Member Booth?
May I just ask a question?
You can ask me, and I can ask, and she can
Right.
decide if she wants. Are you talking to the maker of the motion?
No, I'm just asking a question of you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Would it be possible for us to just take like 10 seconds and take a breath and realize how important this work is, even when we're tired, and just express appreciation to everybody that's here trying to make it work. I know some of our tempers are spent and we're tired and we're weary and we'd a lot rather be done with whatever. But if you just took a breath and realized what a gift it is, and then we can get back to work. If we have to be here, we might as well be here working together and feeling like we're going to find solutions rather than. So I'm just asking, could we take a breath? And maybe you already have, but that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. That is always helpful. And Chair Moss? That is true. Very true. Thank you. Thank you, Member Wood? The Cosme.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to this.
Okay.
I'd like to add in 53G-2-104.
Where?
Just in the conjunction with, in sections 53G-202, 53G-1006, and 53G-2-204.
Okay.
This is an amendment that Member Bogus tried to make earlier that ties into HB 261, and I thought it was a good change.
Okay.
Sorry, I spoke to it.
Oh, that's fine. Is there a second? Second from Member Earl?
204, is it 104? Did I say it wrong? Sorry, 104. Sorry, the glasses have maxed out on their timeline.
Is it reflected properly up there? Member Wood?
53G-2-104.
Without objection, I would consider that.
Okay. Are there any objections from the floor? There's no objection from the maker. All right. We'll move forward with that amendment. Incorporated. All right.
I apologize if I wrote that wrong. I want to change and to if. It's after ideas. I apologize if I wrote that incorrectly. That is not your fault, ladies. Thank you. I appreciate you. If.
All right, any other lights on this? I see none, so, oh, sorry, Member Lear?
It just seems difficult in a classroom environment to, and chilling, to only to be able to discuss ideas that are consistent with very specific statutes. And how would the teacher know in time to cut off the discussion?
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
These are the prohibition things, so that's the point of doing the professional development in the first place, is to saying these are the provisions that you need to be aware of. So referencing them here is that very purpose. It's the broad ideas in K-12, but there are elements of yeses and nos, and we have some structure in place in law that helps to frame that. So it's a framework.
Right, but it's more than a framework. It's very specific language. It's not just a framework.
Right, a framework to work within with very specific language.
Very specific language.
Yes.
Not a framework. It's not an outline. It's a framework of very specific, not a framework. It's very specific language that a teacher could not violate. So that concerns me that a teacher might unknowingly violate that. And there are penalties in this, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, so I think it's directly in law. Is there an amendment that you are proposing?
No, I'm just thinking out loud about how, if the if changes it, because that limits the discussion for me.
Okay.
When somebody may not be in the moment that well versed.
Okay, Member Bogus?
Yes, ma'am. So I think that we might, maybe we're not, but we might be caught up over the word fostered, and fostering permits influence, which is completely inappropriate once we encourage it takes out the inerrant conflict within the statement itself by removing that word.
Okay, any other comments? I see none, so are we ready for a vote? Okay, the vote is open. Member Green, the vote is open. Can you see the motion?
Yes, thank you. I am a yes.
You're a yes, okay. Member Green is a yes. All right, that is 15, right? Yeah, okay. That passes with a 12-3. The noes were Lear, Reel, and Moss. All right, next up.
So I believe Superintendent Stallings, we're at, I don't know what number it is, but it's the first on the list that you emailed me, that we strike 82 to 86. And maybe I'm screwing it up from what I have here, and I don't mean to, ma'am. I just want to do what you want to do. Oh, it's been done? Okay, then I would move to strike 115 through 138, and I would like to speak to that motion.
I second that.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Do we have discussion to the motion? Oh, I'm sorry. Please speak to the motion.
Yes, so as I look at this language, I don't see anything that is new or different from what will eventually be, I believe, is 104. And so we just referenced 104. We just put it in there, and I think we're becoming very verbose by adding all this language in, and since it's a copy and paste from code, I would just ask that we remove it so that we're brief, we're to the point, and we're not getting clunky language when we're directing people to code anyway.
What was? Oh,
I'm speaking. Is there-
okay, yeah, go ahead, you can go ahead.
I just don't, I think we leave it in here, and the reason why is because we did add 504. I mean, we've added, so it's more, it squares more with K-12. So I think leaving it in there is appropriate, keeping it concise. It has several pieces to it, including online. I don't know if you go down just a little bit more, there's another piece, so that there's not several different components. It's got it all concisely, and so I would speak against this motion.
Okay, Member Straight?
To avoid duplication, I agree.
Any other? Any other comments? I see none, so you ready for a vote? Okay, voting is open.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Just got a few more, guys. Yeah, this is to take out. All right, we got to 15. That fails, 9 noes, 6 yeses. Oh, you did? Okay, do you need to change your vote? What is your vote changing to? I don't. Oh, you need to say it into the mic.
I voted yes. I'd like to change it to a no.
Okay, so that makes 10 noes, 5 yeses, which the yeses are, they've disappeared already.
The yeses were Carrie, Green, Hymus.
Carey, Green, Klein, Hymus, and Bogus. Yes, 5. Okay. Do you have another one? I do. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, there you go.
I would move that the board restore lines 154 and 55 and strike the word coaching.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to restore lines 154, and you mean 155 is?
Yeah, 154 and 155.
Okay, and strike the word coaching. And current language? There is a second. And as she's putting the current language up, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I think that the idea that we are making things available to parents and all the things, I think that's fantastic. But HR issues are HR issues, and remediation should not be included in that. And so to that end, coaching is a part of the professional development process, but remediation is not. That's an HR issue. So I would just move that we restore this language and exempt all HR issues from the public record.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Nui.
Sorry, do you want to strike remediation or strike coaching? Did you want to strike remediation or strike coaching?
I want to strike coaching.
Okay.
Because coaching it takes place in a public forum among multiple teachers. Remediation does not.
Okay, so you're just ticky-tacky. You're taking coaching or out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I want to exempt a teacher's remediation from being requested.
She's unstriking that and taking out coaching and leaving remediation. She's unstriking, yes, the sentence. So it would read, the professional learning referred to in subsection 5 does not include remediation sessions for a specific educator.
Question?
We've got some, hold on.
Member Klein.
Member Klein.
Anything that would go through the
remediation
process.
Okay, so these are prohibitions or, correct? So we don't want, why would we want,
Oh, so
teachers
should
taught
it-
this
should
during
it be the opposite?
remediation or coaching? Like if it's, I mean, is that what this section is?
So so if there are prohibitions, are we using a double negative so we've crossed off the wrong thing?
Want it taught in any situation, whether it was an HR situation or a coaching.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, maker of the motion.
This line, restoring this line, would not allow it to be taught in remediation. What this does is exempt remediation from the parental request. So if you look back up in lines number, I believe on this one, it's 144, and it says, the content of professional learning provided by an LEA shall be made freely available to parents within the LEA, blah, 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 within a reasonable amount of time from when the training is offered upon request and include, and then the complaint process. And we are just saying, not that they can teach it in remediation, we're saying parents can't just get a copy of whatever's in that remediation process.
Yeah, it's because it's an HR issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question? This
Uh,
refers
well-
to.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I may have the same question. I'm not sure who struck that language, and I'm curious if there was a reason behind it. I don't know. That was somewhere in the drafting process. There was a removal. If nobody recalls, then no worries.
I can share
Number-
something. It's referring to subsection 5, which is no longer in the rules. So I'm not sure.
Is that not the parent part just above?
Am I?
146 to 148.
Subsection 5 was the. And are you saying it's a different section? Because it was
It's
eight.
right above it. That's 8, there's 7, 6, 5. I think what's now 6 was 5.
Okay, so we're not talking about the rule interpretation part. We're talking about, and then that just says they're not adhering to the law. So now I'm even more confused.
It's the parent part.
What am I
where it would
missing?
Have access to the. Yeah, lines 146 to 148 say a parent can get access to it, but if it's remediation, I think Member Bogus is saying that's
I
not
see.
appropriate. I'm just curious if there was a reason why it was stricken that we may be overlooking, but I don't know who struck it, so never mind.
Oh, I do, actually. Are you talking about that B?
This,
Oh,
the one that's
I,
been struck. Okay.
from what I recall, it was struck because it isn't part of the law and we were staying really, really tight to the law. It was a holdover from 328. It was a holdover from way before.
It had to do with the provisions.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessary.
It was part of the old junk.
Huh.
All right, any other questions on that? Okay, let's take that to, Member Davis, is your light on to speak to it?
No, I think I was just trying to clarify and understand what was, but
Okay. You gotta turn it on. Go ahead.
I think it should be clear that everyone's responsible for this information in this rule. And if a teacher does violate the law, there may be repercussions. And I worry about saying it doesn't include because it actually, to me, it makes it sound like they're not responsible for keeping like all the provisions of 261 or such. So I think it's just because that section is gone and where it's placed now, it seems like it would be confusing.
Okay, Member Bogus?
So I would offer that it does make sense. It says professional learning, which according to our code includes remediation. So the content of professional learning provided by an LEA shall be made freely available, ... And when they respond, it includes a copy of the training and a copy of this rule. If the training is in a form of remediation, that is private.
That's private.
And I am not saying that the data, if people are violating this, that data comes to us in a different way. But for a parent to gain access to a teacher's remediation plan is not appropriate.
That's right.
Well, then I would be happy to.
Speak into the microphone, Member Davis, please.
I think you would have to change it, because this is saying the professional learning in subsection 5, which doesn't exist anymore.
Subsection 6, it's been changed.
Okay, so you're saying that it doesn't include coaching or remediation, but
So we're
up
talking
above-
about the remediation requested by the parent to be made freely available. We're talking about the training. When parents request training, a district does not have to hand over remediation.
I totally agree, but I don't, first of all, I don't even. So you're looking at this. Are you looking at an individual may bring a violation of this section to the board in accordance with the process described in R277-123?
No.
That's number 6.
I'm looking at lines 146 to 155.
I get that, but what does it refer to now?
It's referring to the requested
There's no section
training.
6.
Line 146 is subsection 6.
Oh, I just think you somehow have to clarify that if a teacher's being remediated for breaking this rule,
I think if they're
that
being
doesn't
remediated
have
at
to
all.
be given. But aren't there laws? Aren't there already privacy laws in place for those types of personnel issues? I mean, don't we already have laws that you don't publish that to people or give that to people? I just worry we don't send a message that sounds like teachers don't have to be responsible.
Oh, okay. Dr. Dixon,
I don't.
can you?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the confusing points about the term remediation is that remediation is generally a term of employment. So, I would say Principal Davis, I'm a teacher for Principal Davis, and maybe I have some instructional issues and I'm on a plan of assistance, which would be considered remediation. Part of that plan of assistance may include coaching. You generally don't think of that as professional learning. That's generally in that employment category. However, getting additional training, support, coaching, which is professional learning, can be part of the remediation plan. So remediation is kind of a term, again, that's generally thought of in an employment manner, although it might be attached to some other form of professional learning like coaching. So back to the privacy issue, in that employment space, there are laws that protect some of that information from going outside of those that are involved. So when I was a principal and had teachers on remediation, there was a system where coaches were brought in, they had additional support, and the coach would be privy to some of the instructional practices, obviously, that they're trying to work on. But it's not something that would go out to parents or to others. So there was that privacy was triangulated within those who were part of that remediation program. So I think that's just kind of a tricky term when you're associating it with professional learning. There are components of professional learning that would be part of the remediation process, but the employment piece of the remediation would provide some acts of privacy around it. I hope I said that, given the hour, correctly.
Yeah, I actually think you articulated that very well. Sometimes as part of a remediation plan, you are directed as a condition of your employment to go to certain trainings. And, sometimes parents find out about this, sometimes all sorts of things. But if a teacher's on a remediation plan, we need to protect that and protect their privacy.
Okay. Any others? I think we'll move to a vote. All right. Voting is open. Member Green, the voting is open for the motion that the board restore lines 154 and 155 and strike the word coaching or. I'm sorry, did you have?
The vote is a yes.
I see it was changed from 5 to 6, right?
Yes, I believe that was a technical change that they offered.
Okay.
I have no struggle with that.
Okay. I'm sorry, Member Green, it got recorded? Okay, thank you. All right, 13, 14. Oh, 15. Okay, that passes 13-2. The noes are Davis and Straight. All right. Do you have?
Carrie.
Okay, Member Carey, you had a motion? Member Carey is first. Go ahead. Oh,
Is it? Well, now that all the easy stuff is done on 328, no. So I just have three amendments that I'd like to make, and I believe they're already queued up. The third one may have to be tweaked. I don't think staff has had enough time to make the updated change that I had emailed. But the first motion I'd like to make is to line 47. And that motion is that the board add the following language to line 47. Prohibited discriminatory practice means the same as defined in section 53B-1-118. And I'd like to speak to the motion.
okay, let's get a second. Member Klein, and back to you for comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. So if you take a look at lines 43 through 46, we have pulled that language. We've pulled the definitions of important governmental interest into our rule. We've pulled personal identity characteristic from the law into our rule, but we omitted to pull in the prohibited discriminatory practice part. Or definition. So my first motion would be that we add that definition or that clause to the pending rule.
Okay, that is on the floor. And are there any comments to that? We did have a second from Klein. Member Bogus?
I would just speak in favor of the motion.
Okay. Speaking in favor. Member Davis?
Are we referencing it, or are we putting language in from it to define? I mean, can someone read it for us so we remember, like, the lengthiness?
You mean read section 54B, blah, 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 or do you want the motion?
Read the definition.
Oh, does someone have the definition? Do you have it, or do you
I
want
think
them
it
to
would
get
fit.
it?
We did quote the whole.
If I may,
Go ahead.
I believe that the prohibitions that we have listed currently are those that meet the definition of prohibited discriminatory practice.
Okay.
And this will go to my second motion regarding line 90.
Okay.
But that's all I'd like to.
Okay.
Right here.
Okay, are there any other comments? All right, ready to vote? Let's open up voting. Member Green, the voting is open for a motion that says the board add the following language to line 47. Number 5, prohibited discriminatory practice means the same as defined in section 53B-1-118. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
All right, that's unanimous, passes. All right, Member Carey, you're the next one.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hart. I'd also like to move to amend line 90. So that line 90 would read, that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practice. And if we could, just because my English teacher would insist on it, can we add the Queen's comma, please? Yeah, Oxford comma.
See, it's too late. I didn't get it. I do not like Oxford comma. Not an Oxford comma.
We just want to confirm the amendment. Okay, thank you.
If we can get a second, then.
Do we have a second? Member Hymus seconded, and would the maker please speak to the motion? Okay. Is someone Member Wood, you have a friendly amendment?
If there was such a thing. We just need to add that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibitory discriminatory practices because all of, then as you go below, it has to line up with the verbs below in the long list of thou shalt nots.
The motion belongs to the body. Is there an objection to that? Okay.
Unless you've got something better.
Is changing it to that so that it's grammatically, is that okay? Yeah. Okay. Member Klein. No, I deleted you. There you go.
So I would amend the motion so that, okay, is yours the top one or the bottom one? To read so it's that time, that includes, okay. Okay, so I would amend it to say, to strike instruction that promotes or endorses. So I guess you took out instruction up above already, so I'm trying to see, because your amendment's the top part, right? So that includes, yeah, so it would be the same, it would just take out, as his motion, just take out promotes or endorses.
All right, so there's a motion on the amendment on the floor that strikes instruction that promotes or endorses. Is there a second?
I'll treat it as a friendly.
Oh, okay. Is there any objection from the body for that change? Hearing none, that's now the amendment. All right, so the motion on the floor is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practice that
May not include.
may not's down there. Do you keep it?
It should say professional learning provided by an LEA may not include prohibited discriminatory.
Oh, may not.
I don't think you said the may not part.
Oh, did I not? I'm sorry.
And?
That was, I think that he had changed that or friendly. So we changed that to a that. So we have to see what the final version is because there may be some.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it needs to be that. Okay.
Prohibited discriminatory practices. Yeah.
All right. So the motion on the floor is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes prohibited discriminatory practices that. I think, Ms. Nui, you're changing the reference rather than the actual motion. There you go. All right, we already had that motion and seconded. Comments, Member Straight, Member Lear, Member Hymus, and I apologize if it's not that order. Okay, go ahead, Member Straight.
So, Chair, I just have a question.
Sure.
I'm not certain language is new to me. Is because this is the introductory sentence into 115 through 140. And so because of that, how does this new language affect the meaning of each one of those prohibited practices?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you have an answer to that? We don't have an answer to that. Speak, you have to turn your mic on. Okay,
so
hold on. So do you have a clarifying question?
Well, I'm just trying to evaluate and understand
the why
behind the change.
Okay. Is there someone that would like to, do you want to, he's asking about the why. Would you like to respond?
Sure. Just generally, I think, it's an interesting question because I think we've been doing that all night, right? We have a law that says this is what you have to do, this is what you can't do. But as a board, we've taken it upon ourselves to say, well, we're going to clarify that. We're going to emphasize something. We're going to make sure that this is clear. And I believe that this edition does the same thing that we have been doing since 1 p.m., which is just clarifying, refining, and making sure that our LEAs have the guidance that that some believe that they need in order to navigate this space. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up would be Member Lear. You need to be on. Oops.
I think this doesn't read well because we want to train teachers to not do something regarding these prohibited practices. I don't think we want to say never discuss them or never use the words. So that means we want to tell them not to endorse them or not to promote them. But they can't, I think that in training teachers, we don't want to just say, there needs to be some action that goes toward these.
Okay. So are we missing a verb? Is that what the problem is?
You've got a verb. I think you've got include, but.
So is the sentence stem not?
I think you just need you need the action verbs telling teachers what they're not to do regarding these prohibited practices.
Okay. Is there a
Do
change?
you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go for it.
And I like promotes and endorses. I mean, or I don't want them to, no. I don't want them to promote or endorse. So.
Okay. So what we were looking at was the language for the motion to be the professional learning provided by an LEA may not include discriminatory practices, period. Those in.
No, you've got to, I'm sorry, but can I just.
Correct. And then.
You're not, I don't think I'm not describing this very well, but it's not that you're prohibiting the discriminatory practices. You're discouraging teachers from doing, for lack of a better word, doing the discriminatory practices.
Okay.
Maybe you can try.
Okay. Member Davis? Oh, Hymus.
Thank you. So I think I'm hearing what Member Lear's saying. It might be in the same category that I'm in. And I think I appreciated Member Carey's original motion before the Klein amendment. Yeah, so I know we asked for, is there any opposition? And my brain is slower than most, so yes, there's opposition.
Okay. Okay, do you have a
So how do we get back to Member Carey's?
Okay, so can we go back to the original motion that Member Carey brought forward? Is there that, do you have the undo button?
More similar anyway.
All right. All right, are we back to the original on the screen? All right, so what the motion is right now, Member Carey, as I understand it, is the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory practices that. Is that accurate? Yeah. Okay.
That's a no.
You live on the edge. Go, Klein.
Okay, so I would amend it to read, an LEA shall provide professional learning on prohibited discriminatory practices.
Well, that's what I'm going to do, so you can write it that way, or I can just do it. But that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Yes,
gonna
and then
do,
put
whether
a
you guys
then
change it or
put a
not.
colon.
That's what I'm doing in my school.
Right, okay. So,
Yep.
That's not the way I would say it, but yeah, I understand.
I mean,
No, I understand.
okay, next up would be Member Bogus. There is now oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is there a second for amendment, to the amendment?
Sure.
Okay,
I want to hear her explain it.
Member Bogus, seconded. And
I'm so confused though. Sorry.
And then colon.
okay, you still seconding that?
Okay, so I'm ready.
Are you seconding that?
I seconded and I'm moving to amend.
Okay, that's amendment to the amendment. We can have another one, can't we? Oh. Okay. All right.
So can I amend or not?
No, you can't. We can vote it down and then you can amend.
Who?
I don't know. That's your
Davis.
job.
Member Davis.
Thank you. I love the streamlined language of Member Klein's. My worry is that people will hear, you have to train on these prohibited discriminatory practices, but we've missed the clarity on what to do with them and what not to do with them, which is Carol's point, in which Joe clarified in the beginning. So I do think we need to say, an LEA shall provide professional learning that include, or however we had it before. I don't know how we had it, but it somehow needs to say that teachers need to know that they can't endorse or promote these prohibited discriminatory practices as follows.
LEA shall provide professional learning on not promoting or endorsing.
You can try and see if there's an objection. Member Yes.
So
Member
I,
Klein has the floor.
without objection, I would amend my amendment to read an LEA shall provide professional learning on, oh no, I just forgot it. On, oh, I'm so tired. On not engaging in prohibited discriminatory practices.
Well, hold on. Do we have any objections to that?
It's not such as, because there's discrete ones that are listed and not, it's not a, it can't be expanded beyond that, so.
Okay, so if you have a choice about what you vote on, and you just need to vote accordingly. So this is what the amendment is, and we're going to vote on it, and then we're going to move forward. Oh, yeah, you can speak to the
89.
motion. You just can't change it.
No, I'm not going to change
Okay.
it. Okay. My concern with promote or endorse is that we have never been able to nail down what that means. It's different for everybody, and what is promoting and endorsing for one is not for another. And so this is a way that people have been getting around it, and teachers. So in the trainings, and I've been to some of the trainings where they are explicit about, well, it's not promoting or endorsing if you do it this way, or they can't pin somebody down for promoting or endorsing because it's in the eye of the beholder, and someone can easily say, well, no, I was just putting this, I just put a decoration in my room, and I don't think it's promoting, it's just
a decoration.
It's how people interpret it, or the meaning that they attach to whatever is out there, and someone could pretend that it doesn't mean that when that's what it does mean.
What it does mean. Okay. Hymus?
Yeah, I still think it is very difficult. I'm still a fan of Member Carey's original motion. The motion we're discussing beyond this one. I just don't think it's clean yet. So I'll vote against it, and maybe something else will come out, but I'm not there yet.
Okay. Member Bogus? You're red.
Yeah, I have an amendment to the main motion after the, well, if the body accepts this, but I would move to main, I want to stay on the list.
Okay, you'll stay on the list. Member Lear?
I think that my concern is, as you might expect, the opposite of Member Klein's. I also don't think that teachers should be in a position where if they provide information, it is furthering a professional practice or an evil practice. That's not the exact phrase, but it's to that effect. I think there has to be, we'll never, if our point is to try to catch teachers in their errors or in their sometimes intentional misbehavior, yes, there's always ways around that. But I think the point is we want to train teachers that they're not supposed to promote these things, they're not supposed to further these concerns, and they're not supposed to, what's the third word? Promote or endorse. And we can't be in every classroom all the time.
I think you got it memorized.
So to train them that yes, but to say they can't even say the words or provide information is not realistic, and it's not healthy. It's not for teachers, it's not healthy for young people. So
Okay,
we're talking about training teachers about what they can say in a classroom. So I don't want to make them fearful
Member Davis?
for what's said in a classroom.
I do think we want to lean into the space of endorsing or promoting, because this goes right back to what we talked about originally when we worried that you you can't engage in a conversation that any race is inherently superior or inferior to another race when World War II was almost entirely about that concept. And there's a certain amount of like, you have to go there to a bit, to be able to even teach anything in or any of our history classes. So, but Member Klein, I am almost inclined just to go back to what you said, because the law 261, and maybe we just referenced 261, we labeled it like Member Carey suggested, that it must include instruction on the discriminatory practices, and then we list all of the things that teachers cannot promote or endorse in the classroom.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor.
It shall include instruction.
Sorry, I thought you were finished.
It shall include instruction that teacher's instruction may not include these things. Or actually really goes back to promoting and
we can't. Okay, we have to vote on this one before we can make a different one. So I would like to move to, Member Bogus, is this about this item in particular? Or are you in line? Okay. Let's go to a vote. Okay, the voting is, Member Green, the voting is open on Member Klein's motion to amend. An LEA shall provide professional learning on not engaging in prohibited discriminatory practices as follows.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. Come on, we need 3 more, and we got to get through this. One more. Oh, okay. Thanks, Member Booth. All right, that amendment fails 13-2, with the yeses being Member Klein and Member Green. All right, so now we are back to Member Carey's motion, which is that the board amend line 90 to read that includes, promotes, or endorses prohibited discriminatory those practices that, do we have anybody that would like to beat this dead horse? Okay. Oh, I thought you were, okay, Member Bogus. I'm sorry, do you not have a?
No, she's good.
Okay, so I would move, and I just did send you both an email. I would move to amend lines 89 and 90 to say that the professional learning provided by an LEA may not include instruction that conflicts with 53G-2-104.
Okay. Do we have a second? Okay.
What's up with that?
Yeah.
Hold on. The motion's been seconded by Member Green. Didn't I hear that? Yes. Okay. All right, so now you can speak to your motion. Are you sure that you have the right?
Do I not have the right code line? Is that what you're asking?
That is what they're asking.
So if it's the wrong code line, then we need to get the right code line. That's the one I pulled. 53B1118. I don't know where I got the other one. Sorry.
I mean, that's a relevant one. It's just not that one.
And then I would follow this up with a second amendment, but I don't want to do it at the same time.
Okay.
That would flow into the language that it remains. No. No, because that we all go crazy and we act like nutso. So I would prefer to that we vote on this and then we create an introductory sentence to the rest of this.
Okay,
And then both make sense.
okay. Did you speak to it, or do you want to speak to it more?
That is me speaking to it. We
Okay.
need clarity, and what we have here is we're trying to combine two things together, and it's not going to work with the way all of those things that we copied and pasted from code are there.
Member Lear, would you like to speak to that? Oh,
The language,
oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Member Davis.
I have a substitute motion that line 89 reads.
Can't,
We need to say that the instruction shall include that teachers may not promote or endorse prohibited discriminatory practices.
okay. Member Lear, you're next.
I'd like to see what the language says in the statute, and I'm just looking it up now. In
Okay.
53B dash,
It's all that stuff down below.
I just want to say, I want to see what the introductory language into
The
that.
STEM.
It's in the law. I mean, it's in the new law, so you're not gonna be able
I
to
know
look-
that, I know,
okay.
I can
Oh,
look at
sorry.
the bill. The bill would have it.
Yeah, so it's lines 189.
Also mean, but how does it introduce this into for him? That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
does,
Also means- I know they
anyone
are,
else
but
have
they-
Yeah,
but
I
what
wasn't-
it-
comments to
we gotta
this?
do is that
All
the
right,
teacher's
is this
supposed
queued up
to
for
do
a
about
vote?
them. That's what
Let
we're
me-
missing.
Okay, let me look at
Okay.
I was just gonna look up the bill. Well, maybe it won't bring
It
it.
says promote to, that,
All right, we need to vote. Voting's open. I don't know what you're watching, but, oh, that's
My
cool.
little 12-year-old radio. Got it.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes, thank you. I'll hold on that, a minute. Members, voting is open. We have 4 plus green is a yes. Member Reel, can you hit yes on Member Green's thing or somebody? The motion is right there. We're at 13, we're at 14, we are missing 1. All right, that fails 11-4 with the yeses being Vice Chair Hart, Member Green, Member Klein, Member Bogus. I liked them. Okay, so now we are back to Member Davis.
Okay, we just need a shall there.
Do you have a
So
motion?
my language would be in line 89, the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that teachers may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices. I no, I don't. You actually said it, but we got all twisted up. Educators is fine. Matt said educators. That's friendly. That's fine. And then, yeah, I think we wanted the code referenced as well. The law uses promote, so, and they mean the
As,
same.
how do you want it, how do you want the code referenced? As defined in? As,
Either way, it can be a parenthetical reference or we're listing it anyway. We're writing every single word of it out. So
okay. All right.
I guess you could just put a colon after that so then they know
Is there
it's
a
listed.
Okay, hold on. Is there a second? Okay, the straight second. And now you have spoken to it.
What would you do,
Um,
Christina? It might be friendly. It might be friendly. What is it?
It might be, yes, doctor.
Might be friendly. Can we, what can you say, that the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote or engage in.
Well, the law of 261 uses the word promote. Because if you
All right, so the motion on the floor is amend line 89 to say the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices as described in section 53B 1-1-118. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Member Green is a yes. Thank you, Member Green. Got it. We need 4 more. All right, come on, folks. We need 4 more. Look at your screen. Yes, she did. Oh, that would be me. Okay, that's unanimous. That passes unanimously. Congratulations, guys. All right, Member Carey, did you have another one?
We have to vote on his underlying.
Oh, geez. Oh, okay. So now we have the, thank you. Now we have the underlying motion, which is that the board, amend. Yeah, I'm going to wait. I was going to try to wing it, but no. All right. That the board amend line 89 to read the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices as described in section 53B-1-118. Member Bogus, are you wanting to speak to this motion? Your light's on. Did you want to speak to this motion? It's the one that's highlighted. It's the underlying motion as amended. Oh, up there. Yeah. The board shall. It's the same motion. We just have to vote. Well, yeah, just. Yeah, but she had something. She come up with.
I still struggle with the idea that some of these prohibited discriminatory practices are active. And I know that Member Davis disagrees with me, but I would love to add the words that they may not promote or engage in prohibited discriminatory practices. Because some of the prohibited discriminatory practices are active things.
Okay, so do we have any amendments? Okay, would you like to turn that into an amendment?
Maybe. Let me find the ones.
In the meantime, Member Klein?
89, it should be 89 and 90. It's a
Okay,
technical
thank you.
fix.
89 and 90. Ms. Newey.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. So earlier when Member Hymas brought up the technical changes that we had discussed making, it was this very thing, lining up the verbs on all of these prohibited discriminatory practices. So however you guys want to do it, I'm going to make sure that they all align.
Okay. I think that does not, I think aligning the verbs is technical and you can just do that to make us look good. All right, that Jeopardy timer is almost about up. Yeah. Bing. All right, we are back to this motion going last. All right, let's open up the vote. No. Okay, Member Klein? Not yet. She had her light on. I did not call on her like I should have.
Does have her light on.
Oh, here we go.
Can we just?
So I would move to amend it. So, so that says promote or engage in.
Okay,
So just add or
Um,
engage in.
all right, so the amendment said, adds or engage in. Do we have a second? Okay, second from Bogus, and let's go ahead and speak to the motion if you'd like. I think we have. Well, hold on, she gets to speak to our
Back
motion.
to the idea of the activism that we were, or, you know, provoking. It's kind of the same, but it's specific to what's already defined in our law. So we don't have to worry about the definitions.
Okay, Member Lear? Go ahead. You can't go ahead, can you?
I think if we're talking about staying consistent with the law says promotes. It
Okay.
doesn't say engage in, it doesn't say endorse. It says promote, it says, now I've forgotten, it says one word,
It says promote.
promote. And I would stick with that if we want to stick with the law.
Okay, Member Davis?
I think where we're trying to go is teachers can't do these.
Right.
But how do you not do, or how do you not engage in an individual by virtue of the individual's personal identity bears responsibility for actions committed in the past? It's not something you can or can't engage in. All of these, you either can promote or not. But I totally get what they're saying, but the reality is they can't include these in their instruction. They can't do these. They can't promote these ideals. So, you know, if that just has to come through training in the training, but I don't know how you engage in an individual should feel discomfort, guilt, or anguish over psychological distress. How do
Okay.
you engage in that?
Okay, anyone else want to speak to it? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just trying to do minutes and voting at the same time.
Okay, this is adding the short, it's not the underlying motion.
They all abandoned me. Okay.
Okay, the voting is open. Member Green, the voting is open to add the phrase, or engage in. How do you vote?
Yes.
Oh, that's not mine.
Did you get that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. You got that. You recorded that? What? Oh, it is done. Yes. The motion fails 12-3. The yeses were Bogus, Green, Klein. All right. Do you have another? Okay. Underlying motion. All right. The motion, as amended.
For just a second.
No, I gave everybody else time. I gotta give her time. I just gotta be fair. Someone start the Jeopardy song. That's what I did last time.
A better singer than I am a whisper.
All right, Member Davis, do you? Oh, Member Bogus?
Davis.
Okay, let's.
Oh, there you go. Go.
I mean, the word implement, you cannot implement or promote discriminatory practices. However, I think we should probably just stick with the language of the law. Just do what the law says. Fine. We'll just do what the law says.
All right.
If they don't like it, they can change it and
we
we'll
are-
align with the law again.
We are voting on the underlying motion that says the board amend line 89 and 90 to read, the professional learning provided by an LEA shall include instruction that educators may not promote prohibited discriminatory practices as described in section 53B-1-118. Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. We recorded your yes vote. We need 5, 4, 3. Oh, 2, 1, 1, 1, 15. That vote is unanimous. Member Earl. Oh, you had one more. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Securities.
Okay. So this motion, if we could call it up, it was the last one. Yes, line 152. And we're just going to have to make some tweaks because I sent those over, but it's just everybody's been busy. So the way I believe it should read is, if the board identifies a violation, that's capital B. If the board identifies a violation of this section, the board, capital B, shall, on or before 30 days after the day on which the board, capital B, identifies the violation, work with the LEA to create a remediation plan and provide the LEA 180 days after the day of the creation of the plan to cure the violation. So really just the capitalizations. And I'd like to speak to the,
Okay, do we have a second? Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion?
please.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Be added in. Carol's asking.
Oh,
Where is it added in?
line 152, is that?
Yeah, so it would be added
At, right where 152 is, it would be inserted.
I would just like to say that I know
Sure,
that
go
we've
ahead.
all worked, thank you, Vice Chair Hart. Board Member Klein, I am not taking any more of your motion suggestions. No, I'm kidding. But I just want to say that this language is pulled from the underlying law that we have been trying to mirror. And I think everything we've done to this point has refined and gravitated towards more clarity for the LEAs. This provision, I think, is essential because what it does is say, look, if something does happen, we want to make sure that it's fixed. And what I really like about this language is it doesn't say, this is how you fix it, this is what you have to do, but rather it empowers the LEA to say, how do we remediate this? How do we fix it? And how do we address it? And that's why I've made and will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, first up, Member Bogus, then Klein, then Lear.
I have a comment.
Okay, thank you. Member Klein, then Lear.
So I'm just looking at the numbers. I know that's from law, but 180 days to just stop doing something you're not supposed to be doing, it seems kind of silly. Like, okay, you've got 180 more days to keep engaging in or promoting this prohibited discriminatory practice. It doesn't take any time at all to just stop. So I agree there should be a plan if it is like a systemic problem and they need training to bring it to a halt. But that doesn't take 180 days.
Okay, Member Carrie, please, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Member Lear and then Member Carrie.
The way this is written, I'm a fan of local control. Everyone says they're a fan of local control. Some LEAs can do this in a very speedy manner and their policy would be very simple. A bigger LEA would need to have a more complicated procedure. I don't want to tell them how many days and I don't want to monitor it as the board. I think this is an LEA issue that the board may have to get involved with, but as written, it says an LEA shall ensure a formal complaint process is in place, and that's as it should be.
Okay, can I ask, what made you choose this rather than citing the corrective action plan process that we already have in code or in rule in 114 and 116?
There were two discussions that were being had. One, this is the language from the
okay.
law,
Okay.
but right, and we've stuck to that throughout the night. But one thing that we are looking at is possibly this doesn't preclude any of the Rule 114 or 111 attempts to remediate or undertake. So it doesn't exclude those things. All this would say is identify some timelines or deadlines. And I would just like to say that to Member Klein's point, I don't think this says that an LEA can continue a bad practice. I think most of them would stop once it was brought to their attention. This just says, hey, you've got to have this thing really worked out within these dates. So I don't want anyone to have the impression that they get a pass to continue doing this for 30 days or 180 days. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. No further comments, so let's move to a vote. We are now opening the vote on the motion to amend, that the board amend line 152 to read, if the board identifies a violation of this section, the board shall, on or before 30 days after the day in which the board identifies the violation, work with the LEA to create a remediation plan, and two, provide the LEA. Do we have everybody's attention?
I'm sorry. 6 votes are in.
After the day of the creation of the remediation plan to cure the violation.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes.
12 votes are in.
And then I have a motion I have a motion after. I did too. One more vote.
Davis, did you vote? So that passes 8-6 with one abstention. The noes are, the abstention is Davis and the noes are Real, Booth, Wood, Lear, Straight, and Earl. The I already said that. All right, the floor is open.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It closes.
Technical, this is just a technical situation, but 113 is the wrong rule there. It's either 111 or 114, but
Did we put it-
113 is an auditing rule.
Okay, so clarify for the record that those are the correct numbers. Thank you.
Well, we're going to shut down
Um,
before
Vice Chair Earl, did you have one?
the whole thing. Yes, I would.
What?
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. We did mention it, so it clarified the record. Vice Chair
yes,
Earl?
I just want to make a motion to reconsider that one piece that we had talked about in talking to Ms. Chelbuse and a couple others. It could have impacts that are unintentional consequences. So I want us to reconsider and then.
Could you tell us what
Yes,
you're reconsidering?
Yes. Do you have the, so it's a motion to reconsider and then we would consider the motion as it's listed.
All right, there's a motion on the
And I was
floor.
on the prevailing side, so.
Yeah,
I know she's
we're
pulling
getting
it up.
there. We're getting
Here.
there.
We've only got a couple minutes too, because it's our thing shuts off. So it's an LEA shall not exclude a student for participating in it. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? No, it's the
It's the one about
yeah, let me,
groups are disaggregated
it's the data
disaggregated
one.
data, disaggregated data.
Right.
Was it a motion on disaggregated?
Yeah. Is it? I don't see it yet.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so that's it there. Yes, it's to reconsider allow for differential treatment of individual students based primarily or solely on disaggregated group data.
Okay, it's a motion to reconsider. Do we have a second?
2/3.
I'm sorry? 171.
I'll second.
Motion is made and seconded. Do you need to speak to it?
No, I just think there may be unintended consequences for the
Okay.
full amounts of this that we may not fully know, so.
Okay. All right. Bogus?
I have a motion to amend.
Okay.
We have to
We have to bring it.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but
Yeah.
I need to be in.
Let's go to a vote on that, please. We're trying to be.
So can I argue against this?
Reconsider?
Yeah, I don't think we should be reconsidering it. I think
Oh,
we need
you
to send
are?
it to be
Okay.
vetted through our legal counsel before we even adopt it. There's so much of this that has not been, I mean, Member Norton makes a great point.
Are you talking about reconsidering this section?
I'm talking about like reconsidering this. Why don't we just leave it in, move the rule out to be considered by our legal counsel and they bring it back next month and we vote on it?
Hold on, I think we gotta vote on the, go ahead, speak to it first. Member Klein, go ahead.
Just speaking to her comment, when we are done with amendments, I plan to make a motion to postpone our final vote on this rule until tomorrow so that the staff can put it all together in a draft for us and send it to us tonight so we can look it over tonight and tomorrow morning with fresh eyes and see if it's consistent from top to bottom and it makes sense to us, it makes sense to staff, and there's not any inconsistencies. And that might give legal time to look into that and get back to us in tomorrow's meeting
Okay.
to let us know if there's a problem.
Okay, hold on. That, we need to vote on the reconsider first. If you are speaking to the reconsider, other than that, we need to vote. All right, let's vote. Voting is open to the reconsider. We're reconsidering the differential one.
Brought up.
We don't have it noticed for tomorrow, do we? Did we put any? Okay, then we do. Okay. We need a couple more votes and we've got to finish this. Member Green?
Green is a no.
Oh, no? Okay. Thank you. We're at 12. Davis, Moss, and Carey.
Because it's already in.
Reconsidering. Reconsidering. It's a vote for reconsidering. All right, that passes 12-3. The no votes being Green, Klein, Bogus. All right, so that is reconsidered and on the table. Would you like to make a motion?
I think, no, this is on the table, so we can either vote on this or,
Okay.
so that's what the motion is.
All right. So it's on the table. And this was your motion originally, and you didn't want to reconsider it?
Differential treatment. I just think, and I'll just add to this, I think we need to stick within the parameters of what's already been established of the different items. I think we're going into the group area.
Thank you.
To me, I'm just concerned about that. So I would leave it at that right now.
All right. Any comments on this item? Other comments? All right, let's open up the voting. Sorry.
Board Member Earl?
This was.
I am saying that it's not, we're moving into the group areas again, and that I would stick with the parameters that we've already been given within the laws and not to stretch outside of there. So.
But what, are you saying you're against
What is
this motion
the
that's
motion?
highlighted?
Yes. So the motion would be as it was, so it would be to allow for this. This would be to consider adding this in. So I would be speaking against that at this point.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
So you take the past.
okay.
considered, and then you're revoting on this motion. Makes sense?
And which line is it in the,
It's not, this
171?
was added.
it was added, okay, and we're taking it out.
7.
We're taking it out because it could cause unintended consequences, like,
Revoting on the same motion again.
so if we want it out, we need vote no.
Okay, Member Klein?
For you to keep it.
Because if we take it out, then we are opening, we are potentially saying it is okay to legally discriminate against students if we treat certain groups a certain way based on their group identity. And that is not okay. That is discrimination. And to not have this in here is to allow disaggregated data to be used and weaponized to create policy based on group data instead of individual data or individual characteristics and needs. So the individual always comes first. That's what our country was founded on, is that we're all individual sovereign citizens, and we are judged individually based on our own merits and not by some collective identity. And that makes America fundamentally different.
Okay.
So anything else is a type of actual systemic racism,
Okay.
discrimination.
Oh, sorry. Member Bogus? On this? Okay. Member Davis? Oh, I'm sorry, Member Earl. Okay. Member Davis.
Oh, I thought you were saying you didn't think it was. I think you would be right if you're going to individually discriminate against a child because, he or she has one of these identity characteristics. But what this is saying here is that you're not going to use any information to do anything. So for example, we just voted on $100,000 study. What's happening with boys in our country? Let's say we get the data back, we get the information back. This is saying you can't do anything with it. Nothing. If you find things that could help our boys structurally or in the classroom or maybe provide more opportunity this way or that way, you can't do it. So I think there's a difference between discriminating against someone based on their personal identity characteristic and using disaggregated data to say, maybe our boys really are vulnerable in these areas and we could help fix it by doing these things. It's different. That's not discriminating. That's using information to possibly help or not.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and vote. I thought
Klein is not
I thought
going
you were
to?
doing an amendment.
I
Sorry.
am, but I would disagree with Member Davis because it doesn't talk about making changes for boys or girls. It says to allow for the differential treatment of an individual student based on what the data says about the collective. So it would be, no, we're not talking about training teachers. We're talking about treating a child different. So for example, let's say 85% of our white students fall below grade level, and you're running a remediation plan, and you put all of the kids into that remediation plan instead of allowing your high performers in that top 15% to not be in that group. It would say you can't allow for differential treatment of individual students. And the converse would be true. Let's say the majority of a certain demographic group fell above proficient. You wouldn't put all of the students into the above proficient group based on the data that says that the majority of them fell above grade level. So I would disagree that this says what you're saying. It says differential treatment of individual students based primarily or solely on the disaggregated group data.
I mean, maybe we could stretch it to solely, but you can't then you can't train teachers.
Okay, okay, hold on. Hold on. Member Lear has the floor.
I call the question.
Okay, the question's been called.
Solely.
Do we, need to vote on that? The motion on the floor is to call the question. We now need to vote on calling the question. Up. We. Okay, as soon as it's up, we'll vote. There's no closed captioning.
Yes, call the question.
2/3. Can you do the math? How many does that mean?
And-
Thanks. All right, let's vote.
Green is a no.
Member Lear, green is a no. We're at 10. We need 5 more. All right, the question has not been called. It is 7 yes, 8 no. The no's are, the yeses are Booth, Davis. Okay.
Yeah, it was policy. Sorry, I thought it was me on the.
Okay, were you able to change them?
Already.
You already closed it? So that means it's a 9-6 vote. It still fails. That means that I am going to read the no's and they're gone. Yeah, into the record, please. The no was Hart, Norton, Moss, Earl, Hymas, Davis, Booth, Reel, Lear. All right, so continue. Someone wanted to talk. Oh,
Well, we called the question.
no, we just called the question and it failed, so debate continues. So someone needs to talk.
Lear Bogus Green.
Okay, remember Lear.
No, I don't, I was.
Okay, Bogus.
Okay, I would move to strike the words primarily or.
Okay, there's an amendment. Okay, is that your amendment? Is that correct? Yep, okay. Member Bogus' amendment is C, allow for differential treatment of individual students based solely on disaggregated group data. Is there a second? Member Straight is seconding. Would you like to speak to your motion? They're talking.
I think this fixes the problem.
Okay.
I don't know, we've been discussing it down here. I know that, I'm gonna let others speak and I'll come back at the end.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
Member Straight.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to refer up to lines 159 through 164. I think the amendment is in alignment with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis, sorry. You need to make Davis.
Can we just double check? Does our AAG see any, if we take out primarily and keep solely, then does that then allow us to still go forward with a study about boys and train teachers? If you have boys, then you may need to do these things to help. And then they can also look, well, these 10 boys are doing great, so I don't think they fit in this. So
I'm not going to solely make the decision. Does taking out primarily still allow us to primarily do a study, but or are we still in problems with the word solely doing a study on boys and then giving the recommendations to teachers and training?
Yes.
So
Can we just light up the mic?
So what I said was I'm really tired and it's hard to be able to think through that. I do worry about you not being able to use disaggregated group data to be able to direct your instruction.
So it does still
That's my
leave a problem,
concern,
even when
is
it's in
that
there,
you're
it's
not
a problem.
allowed to use it to help direct instruction.
All right. So I would like to mention that we do have the notice, the meeting is noticed tomorrow to continue any business. There is a point at which decisions that are made are not good. I just would like you to think about that as we continue. There might be a point of no return or diminishing returns. And this is an important issue that we need to get right. Just consider that as we move forward. Okay, we might be stuck on something that we would not be stuck on tomorrow after a good night's sleep. Just saying. Next up, Member Klein.
I would move to postpone this till tomorrow and ask that staff put a draft together and send it out to us as early as possible with all the changes that have been made so far. And then we can continue.
Yeah.
So we can have a chance to look it through, because we've gotten it pretty far.
Hold on, I hear you. We can't ask our staff to do that after 10:30 at night. We just can't. We could possibly.
I said as early as possible, so.
Okay. Tomorrow sometime, but our staff is involved in committees. Hold on. Go ahead, Member Bogus. You're in line.
Is that motion up there?
I think they fell asleep writing.
So, no, I'm looking for the motion to postpone. A motion was made to postpone.
Yeah, she's getting ready to figure it out. I think they're trying to figure out what they can do in the time that they have. Yeah, but all of our staff are like running from committee to committee. And they have to be up in the hill.
We can get rid of it. Let's go.
You taking your toys? Going home.
Okay.
Yeah. Drive safe, please. Thank you. Hold on. The pause that we have is to wait for our staff to confer. You got it? Most motion postpone? Right.
And isn't there like a till?
Tomorrow, because it's noticed for tomorrow.
So I would like to see that language, because then I move
Okay.
to amend.
What? To tomorrow. Agency. Ms. Newey, the motion is to postpone to tomorrow. Member Klein? Member Klein, your motion to postpone to the study session? Okay. Do we have a second on the postpone?
Sure, because I want to amend it.
Okay, there's a motion to there's a second by Member Bogus. You don't want to speak to that, do you? Okay. Member Bogus?
So for clarity, we are not asking our staff to do anything overnight or run around like one-armed paper hangers in the morning.
Oh, that is not indicated in that motion.
So
No, we're not.
is the presupposition, and maybe I can direct my question to the
Through-
superintendent
Oh.
through the chair.
You can ask
Is
me.
the presupposition of this that we are asking too much of the staff of this agency?
And Superintendent, would you like to answer that?
So staff are staffing, great grammar, committees, but we have made some arrangements so that Ms. Newey can work on it instead of staffing a committee tomorrow. You have a rule, correct? In one of the committees, but we've just kind of rearranged things so that she can work on that in the morning. There's no expectation to work on it tonight.
There's no
Does that answer your
expectation
question,
for
ma'am?
her to be here till 2 a.m.
There's no expectation for staff to work on this tonight. It will commence tomorrow during.
Sorry, I sound a little aggressive. I
During
don't mean
committee
to.
time versus staffing committee.
We should have it by lunch to look it over before study session.
I will defer to Ms. Newey. You could have it by lunch to look over at study session. Is that the anticipation? Okay, thank
That's at
you.
least
Does
just-
that answer your question, member?
Yes, so
Bogus?
if Ms. Newey is amenable to that, then I would support the motion, but if she is not, I would oppose. Okay, then
We're
I
not-
would support the motion.
That is just something we've discussed. The motion is just what's up there.
Yeah, so if Ms. Newey is amenable, then I would support the
Okay.
motion.
All right. So the motion to postpone to Friday, February 2nd, study session has been made and seconded. Straight and then Hymus, please.
Yes, thank you. I speak against postponing. Let's get it done.
You speak against postponing what? I didn't hear the last words.
The motion to postpone till tomorrow, I oppose that.
Okay.
Let's get it done.
Oh, okay. I just didn't hear the let's get it done. Okay, Member Hymus?
Yeah, same. We have literally spent hours on this, like half a day. We're so close. Everybody's gone through their amendments. We're right there. I hate to start over tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Member Carey?
I think we can have both. I think we can get it right, and I think we can get it done. And I know this will be the 9th time I've said it, but this draft popped into backup yesterday. And so I don't think it's a big ask to say, let's review this in its entirety and make sure that it really gets us to where we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that light for this, Member Bogus?
No, it's for an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Then voting is open. No. But there's none. No, she's not.
Just postpone, because the other amendments.
This fails, I'm moving to.
Oh, okay.
She's in line for something later. Member Green, what is your vote? It's a postponement till tomorrow?
Yes.
It's a yes. Okay, we're at 12 people. We need one more. One more, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Booth left, so this fails 9-5. The yeses would be Vice Chair Earl, Green, Klein, Bogus, Carey. So we move on, and that means Member Bogus, you had an amendment?
I'm not amending that.
Okay, so the amendment stands. Any comments to the amendment? All right.
I have a
Can you get
comment.
that amendment ready? Member Green, do you have a comment? Can you get that
I
ready?
do. I am in support of the.
You're breaking up. Oh, in support of the amendment? Thank you. The amendment is C, to allow for differential, oh, I'm sorry.
I think if we just give it a second, I think Emily is speaking and there's like a.
Okay, we'll pause.
Thank you. I'm just in support of this amendment because we do see that this type of, these types of actions are currently happening and very active in the schools. So I feel like this is a step in the right direction.
Okay, I can go with
Bring
that.
this conversation back to where we want it to be.
Discriminatory treatment.
Thank you.
Because that's where the problem is.
No, actually, it's Member Bogus. Are you speaking to this? Okay. Sorry, Member Lear. And then
Make an amendment to this amendment.
you can amendments. No. There's no more amendments.
Okay, thanks.
Member Earl, did you have a comment?
Are we? This is already an amendment to the amendment?
Yes, it is,
Yeah.
because we're reconsidering.
Oh.
Amendments and then. Member Wallace is the amendment.
Okay. So then
Do you want to offer something with that?
Well, I just wanted this is where the hard thing comes in, because we do have differential treatment. We treat kids different based on data sets,
Yes, we
right?
do.
So then it's like, okay, but then I see where we're coming from, meaning, but it's not differential, treating them differential. It's a discriminatory practice so it's allowing for discriminatory practices of an individual based on disaggregated, right? It's not differential treatment, because we do that with data all the time. We all do that.
Individualized.
Yes, we do that. But I can't change it because there's not a.
Okay, do you want to propose something, and the maker of the motion said she'd be willing to listen to it?
I would propose, instead of differential treatment, it would be discriminatory practices,
Okay, so
which
instead of,
are illegal already. So then but
instead of differential treatment, it would be discriminatory practices.
because the differential treatment we do all the time.
Right, she's saying differential treatment is really another way of saying individualized, like
It's treating.
giving a modification or something, whereas discriminatory practices are what are actually illegal.
I would disagree with that assessment.
Okay,
Okay, that's fine.
That's no better than nothing.
all right, so, it is your motion. It's your amendment. Don't,
Well, that's fine. Allow for discriminatory practices based solely on disaggregation.
is that okay? Well, is there an objection by the body? Yes. For changing differential treatment to discriminatory practices. Okay. All right. So Member Klein, is your light on for this? Okay. All right, let's move to a vote. Oh, you have your light on? I'm sorry. Yes, we did change it. Nobody objected unless you're objecting.
No, I'm agreeing. It's going to be, I think this is not it just fit logically in the area, in the section where it is currently situated, but at least doesn't keep us from doing something we need to do.
Okay.
It's nonsensical in terms of where it is, but I don't know why we couldn't just get rid of solely. Oh, my computer.
Okay, so differential treatment changed to discriminatory practices. And so now it says, the amendment says, C, allow for discriminatory treatment of individual students based solely on disaggregated data.
I think you get rid of solely, it's just disaggregated data.
That's what I was gonna propose. If we could get rid of solely, then we've got.
It works.
Then we're allowed to do what we do. And it's not discriminatory. Not all discrimination is illegal.
Okay, but
So-
the maker of
It
the
is.
motion,
Just funny to
the maker of the motion
At this point.
has to not object.
She has to let go
Well,
solely.
The motion belongs to the floor, but you have the right to object.
I just don't understand why we would remove the word solely.
Based, because it's on any, not just that, it's on
Do
any.
that. We get disaggregated data and we make decisions. And it doesn't make it discriminatory. It doesn't make it illegal. We're just,
Okay, it's fine.
did I beat her into it? No.
No, I think she's almost, I mean, I don't know.
Solely, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, any objection from the body on that?
Thanks.
Member Lear,
No,
is
thank
your,
you. That's.
thank you. Can we please move to a vote? The voting is open. Member Green, the amendment to the amendment is C, allow for discriminatory treatment of individual students based on disaggregated group data.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. We have 6 more, including member Carey. We need 3 more, 2 more. 1 more, and that's unanimous.
Wow.
All right. Do we have, oh, I have one that I would like. I'm sorry. Oh, this is now declined?
Yeah, the current policies was an amendment.
Oh, okay, so we have to go to the underlying. All right, we are now at Member Klein's underlying motion to add subsection C below line 171 that reads, C, allow for differential treatment of individual students based primarily or, oh, wait,
No,
hold on, yep, that's why. Allow for discriminatory treatment of individual students based on disaggregated group data. Can we just, oh, you want to say something? Oh, okay. Hold on, sorry. This was what Bogus was waiting for.
Oh, no, I don't want to amend this. I want. to amend
Okay,
the
hold
rules.
on. All right, who wants to amend this? Or who wants to speak about this?
Me.
Member Klein.
Yes, so I like this, but I would also add, so it would say allow for discriminatory treatment of or make assumptions about individual students based on disaggregated group data. So it's just adding after discriminatory treatment of, comma, or make assumptions about, comma. Kind of avoiding the stereotyping of students based on a perceived identity group that they may fall into.
Okay.
Any second?
All right, do we have a second?
See the second.
You,
Oh, there it goes. Never mind.
Carrie, did you second that?
Member Green did.
Okay, but he did before, remember, I thought. Okay. All right, and would you like to speak to your motion? You kind of did. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to that motion?
That's my.
All right, let's move to a vote.
Green is a yes.
Oh, you are speaking to this. I'm sorry, okay, go ahead.
You can mandate behaviors. You can't mandate what happens inside a person's brain. It's just not possible. There's no oversight mechanism at all.
Prohibiting the discrimination.
Okay, thank you. Is this is still, you're still for later, right? Okay. Member Straight, is that your mic? Okay, thank you. Anybody else on this? All right, let's vote. Voting is open.
Green is a no.
All right, the voting is complete. That fails 12-2, the two yeses being Klein and Bogus. All right, Member Bogus?
To the initial motion.
Or to the, thank you. The initial motion, the underlying motion was, which one, please? Just highlight it for me, please. Yes, there it is.
This member claim motion to add listed in the city's release.
No, that failed.
Scroll down. No, but it's right there. Bogus amendment to the amendment.
There you go. There you go.
Now that is the underline.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. The motion is C to allow for the amendment to the amendment. Well, the amendment is C, allow for discriminatory treatment of individual students based on disaggregated group data. Please vote. We got to vote on it because it's underlined.
Yes. Just because they follow this word for.
Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. All right, we need 3 more, please. 2 more. And, okay, Member Klein? Member Klein, do you have for this? It's the one that's highlighted in pink. All right, that passes unanimously. Member Bogus, what? She's next. Yep, sorry, Member Bogus. There
Yes,
you go.
ma'am. So I would move to strike on lines 170 and 171. I would move to strike the language, including those in sections 53E-3-501 or 53E-5-302. And with a second, I will tell you why I would like to strike those.
All right, do you have it up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not send this one in. I apologize. So on lines 170 and 171, I would like to strike all the language after the comma, the words including those in section 53E-3-501 or 53E-5-302.
Okay. The motion's been made and seconded by Member Hymas. Oh, Member Green seconded. Thank you, Member Green. We got your second. We'll get it recorded and then we'll have you address it. Just a second. No, she's typing it in.
Thank you, Elise. May I, Chair?
Is it up? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just want to read it into the record.
Okay.
The motion is on the floor, lines to amend lines 170 to 171, strike all language after the comma. And for reference, that's the changed language down below. You may speak to your motion.
Okay, so everybody want to listen to this?
Yeah, can we get everybody's attention, please? Hold on. Come on, guys. Thank you. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So 53E-3-501 is entitled State Board to Establish Miscellaneous Minimum Program Standards. It goes through to accreditation services, even accounting practices, and it just doesn't seem to relate to this. And then the 53E-5-302 is a low performing needs assessment, which also doesn't have language or ask for language around disaggregated data. So it seems to me that these just simply don't apply.
Okay.
So
Any comment? Oh,
if
go
if
ahead.
we could
Sorry.
query staff or whomever, I just cannot for the life of me figure out how this would, I just don't get it.
Okay.
Because those two code lines don't involve disaggregated data.
Okay. Next up would be Member Straight.
So
Go ahead.
I'm going to stay in line behind Cindy.
Okay, thank you. Member Davis, you're in line, or do you have a comment to this? Did you have a comment to this one?
It's something that I thought was
Um,
going to see it.
The motion on the.
motion on the floor.
The
I have a
motion on
technical
the
change
floor
after this motion.
is to amend lines 170 to
I mean,
171. Okay, is there any, Member Wood? You would like to? Would.
I thought we already did 170 to 171.
Thanks.
Could we talk to staff about the use of those too? Because those were staff.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, hold on. Do you have a comment about this too? Is there a member of staff that could address why staff put that in there? After Member Norton? Member Norton, are you talking to this line? Okay, would you go ahead and, you need,
I'm just looking at 501 here, but it also addresses things that I think are pertinent, which is access to programs, attendance, competency levels, graduation requirements, discipline, which seems to be all relevant to this.
okay. All right, thank you. Staff, did you want to add anything to that?
So Darren Nielsen may speak to this in a moment. I'm giving him a moment to think about it. Right below this was the information that we were basing it on. So implementing targeted support and improvement activities, and that's referencing, and I believe, an assessment.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right.
So it's right there. It's 53E5302. Is that correct? So it's this one.
Sorry.
And then it's 11A2. So this is our commentary. So this is what it says.
May I ask a question?
So
Yeah.
Darren's here now.
Okay.
Requirements? I'm just, and I'm really genuinely trying to understand. Wouldn't that, where it says, are implemented, blah, 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 under that's a federal code section. So wouldn't that fall under the other one? Sorry, Chair, I think
Yeah.
he's waiting for you to
Oh,
say yes.
I am sorry. You can, if,
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Darren Nielsen,
Thank you.
Assistant Superintendent. The reason that I provided this in response to a question of where in code does it require disaggregated data is because this connects to the state support programs for Springboard and Elevate schools. And schools are identified for those programs, at least one of those programs, based on qualifying for TSI designation. So to your point, yes, that's a federal designation, targeted school improvement. That criteria is based on being in the lowest 5% performance, the lowest 5% for one of the identified student groups. So this rule connects to the federal requirement, but the funding that flows through the state school improvement programs are connected to schools' ability to meet the needs of all of their students. And so the disaggregated data is part of the criteria that identifies schools that qualify for, I think it's Springboard. We've got Springboard and Elevate. One of those programs is connected in that way. to
Oh.
disaggregated data.
Okay, and then what about the other code? May I ask that question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I need to look that one up. What's the other one?
So I think the one you addressed is 302, and the other one is 53E-3-501, which is entitled State Board to Establish Miscellaneous Minimum Standards. And it goes through certification of educators, access to programs, accreditation, services, bus routes, school productivity. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here. I just don't understand how it relates to this.
Yeah, if I could have a minute you can continue discussion. Let me see
sure.
if I can find my rationale for that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, sir. I
Member-
appreciate it.
Member Lear, you are not Lear. Member Davis, your light is on? Oh, Member Straight's light's on. I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm in line.
Oh, you're in line. Okay. Are there any other questions about this amendment?
I'm still in line.
I know you are. Okay. So the technical change, is it, it's not about this? Okay. Okay, that would be fine. Let me,
Well, member Carey thinks it might not be technical, but he had made a motion on having the board work with LEAs on remediation plans. So what I was asking is, would it be a technical change to align that having staff align that language and reference to the process that we just voted on a couple months ago, which is 114 and 123, I believe. I think it's 114 and 123, where when a complaint comes in, then we work and the LEA has 30 days and then we get involved. But we direct an investigation. It's not every single personnel action we are getting involved in. That's going to be mammoth. What we voted on here earlier is going to be mammoth, and we don't have the staff. I mean, who's going to do it all?
okay, so I'm not sure that is technical.
I don't
think
know.
that's
Joe said he thought maybe it wasn't either. I don't know.
okay.
He can speak for himself.
Okay. You're looking at me. Does that mean you, Miss Newey, do you have your light on? There you go.
Yes, thank you. So I was going to address the other one. Aaron Bruff provided this information, but he's not here. So I will just read what he said. So 53E3501 requires the State Board of Education to establish minimum standards and rules for data collection and reporting by LEAs. These standards must include disaggregation by various student groups, such as race, ethnicity, gender, socioeconomic status, so forth and so on. So he said it was in 53E3501, and I'm looking for where exactly it is, but I can send that to you as well.
Okay. Did you want to add to that answer at all?
I just don't see it in here.
Okay.
Question, perhaps we have the wrong code line.
It says special groups on DII, not use code, but that's referring to. Single I. Double, which one? DII is. What is a special group? Maybe no.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So subsection 4, where it says the state board may apply for, receive, administer, and distribute to eligible applicants funds made available through programs of the federal government. Like the citation before, many of those grants from the federal government depend on this disaggregated data, which is why we have to require schools to do that, LEAs to do that, so that we can then have those for the federal government.
Without objection, I would.
Okay. Okay. Are we? Okay.
Piece of code.
Go ahead.
So the code says data collection and reporting by LEAs, but that's on a totally different line than services to other special groups. It doesn't say data collection is required on groups. there are two different sections. There's D, talks about other special groups, and G talks about data collection and reporting by LEAs, but not regarding special or student groups.
Okay.
It doesn't say anything else about data collection in there. So that's not accurate how it was framed.
Okay, is that an objection to the withdrawal of the motion, or is that adding to the
I think,
pool of shared meaning?
well, I think you could still cross out that first one, and I haven't checked the second one because you can't prohibit. So this is a prohibitory language, right? Prohibits disaggregation of data based on personal identity characteristics. To me, yeah, I just don't think that piece of code is needed in there because it doesn't fit.
Okay. So you do object to to withdrawing the amendment?
If the amendment is to strike it out, then I would object to unstriking it or to not striking it.
Okay, so the motion still stands. All right,
So I'm going to look up the other one.
okay. Okay, right. All right, so it goes up to a vote. The vote is to strike the, yeah, I'm trying, where did it go?
It's right at the top.
Oh, there it is. The motion on the floor, lines 170 to 171, strike all the language after the comma.
Yeah, the other code doesn't mention anything about data collection on groups either, or data collection at all.
Yes. You would need to be live. There you
So
go.
I do believe I believe it's Director Nielsen.
As
I don't
well,
know your title,
superintendent.
and I'm so sorry.
Superintendent.
Superintendent. Okay,
assist-
so he did address that, and he did. I don't know if it was missed in a side conversation, but he did address that, and I believe he did a sufficient job. I was satisfied with his answer, which was why I withdrew the motion.
Okay. So, but there was an objection to withdrawing the motion. So so we are now voting because there was an objection to withdrawing the motion. We're voting on the motion. Objection, correct. So, yes, member.
There isn't any reason to unstrike those because those pieces of code don't have anything to do with it. They don't connect to what it says before that.
Okay.
They're not connected. There's nothing about disaggregation of data based on personal identity characteristics.
So just to be sure, if we want to keep them in, we vote no.
We vote no. Because the motion is to strike after the comma. Oh, gosh. Thank you. We need, Member Green, what is your vote?
So
Yes.
we're voting on what it says.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Member Green. And Member Carey, we just need your vote. And the motion on the floor is to strike the language after the comma. On 171. 170 to 171.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion fails 12-2, the yeses being Green and Klein. All right. Member Straight, you are up next. Member Straight, do you have something?
Well, so we still have an issue that's being worked out on a recall, so I want to
Okay.
maintain my place in line, but I want to make certain this get.
Member Carey, are you, Member Straight is looking at you.
It's my good stuff. Yeah. Is this for?
Is there an amendment?
Yeah.
Go ahead. You're recognized and we will turn your mic on.
Yeah, and I think this becomes one of those issues where moving at the pace that we are on this issue, I think becomes unhealthy in terms of policy. That I think Board Member Davis brings up and Board Member Straight, they brought up an issue that should be addressed, but it's going to take time to, I think, to work out correctly. So if they want to move forward with a motion to undo the earlier vote, I believe they were on the prevailing side. They have that right. But I still don't think we will get it right. So if the goal is to get it done, full steam ahead. If the goal is to get it right, again, I don't think there's there's really no rush as to say, let's just pause so we can work this out. I can talk to Deputy Stallings. We can figure something out and get this back in line for tomorrow. But if there's some unspoken reason why we're moving like the barn's on fire, I don't understand it. But
Okay, so you're speaking to a non-existent motion?
oh,
Can
well,
we-
I would make a
I-
motion to adjourn.
Oh,
Yeah, that's if we need a motion, that would be my motion.
um, are you sure you want to make that a motion? Okay, all right. The motion to adjourn is on the table. Will you just please put it up so that we can vote? Please vote.
Green is a yes.
Green is a yes. What are we going to do about executive session? What are we doing? Are we doing everything till tomorrow? Okay. Nah, that we're at 13. We are 14. That fails. 9 to 5. Yeses are Earl, Green, Carey, Klein, Bogus. All right. Straight, do you have a motion? You gotta turn them on. You gotta turn them on. You gotta turn them on.
So we're trying to figure out prevailing sides on the issue.
Okay, can you tell us the
Okay.
issue and we'll look it up?
It is the motion here.
Okay,
I was not on that one.
who was on the prevailing side? Deputy Stallings? Can you turn her mic on, please?
So the board members who voted on the prevailing side were members Norton, Hymas, Moss, Klein, Carey, Green, Hart, and Bogus in favor.
Member,
I didn't think you were on, but I wasn't sure.
okay. So can you say those again, please?
I apologize, I turned off my light.
Okay, turn her light back on.
The members who voted on the prevailing side were board members Norton, Hymas, Moss, Klein, Carey, Green, Hart, and Bogus.
Prevailing side.
Okay,
Davis, Norton. They speak with this.
I don't know. Are Bogus, Davis, Norton. Member Norton,
I would like to recall our motions on line 152.
okay? Rescind, you're voting to rescind. Is there a second? Do we need a second? To reconsider. Do we need a second? Do we have a second? Yes. It needs a second on the prevailing side. Did you second? I didn't second it.
I'll second it, just.
Okay, the motion is made and seconded. we will now vote on this unless you feel the need to speak.
So we're voting on the motion to consider.
Yes.
We know what the situation.
No.
Do we want to use the 111?
Do you have it ready to go? All right. All right, open it. Voting is open. Member Green, it's a motion to reconsider the item in pink.
No.
No? Okay. We're voting to no.
No or no?
Oh, this is another.
You lost your opportunity. It's already voting.
It's not about fairness. Wait.
Once it's open, I can't. You were flapping your jaws. It just is the yeah, it doesn't make a decision.
Why did Andy leave?
Conversation.
We need a few more votes, folks. Green, Lear, Bogus. Member Green, what is your vote?
I was a no.
It is, you were a no. Thank you. She is a no. All right, we are now to 14. That passes 10-4. The noes being Green, Bogus, Carey, Klein. Okay. The motion is now back on the floor. Would you like to speak to it, Member Davis? Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Do you have an amendment?
Substitute.
Can she substitute? All right. Hold on. Shh. We need, y'all, a motion's being made. If we can get everybody's attention, please.
I'd like to substitute if an alleged violation of this section is reported to the board as described in Rule 2, R277-123, the board may investigate the alleged violation as described in Rule R277-114, including taking action as described in subsection R27-114-3. I'd like to speak to the motion if I get a second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second is made by Straight. You may speak to your motion.
I don't need to talk about this for a long time. This isn't just an easy fix, but this
Okay.
is our process to deal with the complaints that come in. And the one that we made before, I thought was aligned, but I wasn't quite sure, and that's why I abstained. But it actually is not, because we direct and drive the investigation. So anyway, I'd just like to align it to our process that we just passed a month or two ago.
Okay, thank you. Next up would be Bogus. Would you? Thank you.
So my question would be, it appears as if our process is in violation of code. So I don't fully understand how we reconcile those.
Okay, Member Hymas. Oh, Member Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you. And I didn't introduce myself earlier. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. The language that Board Member Carey proposed and that the board passed into the rule is actually patterned after language from HB 261 for higher ed. It doesn't, it's not currently in code for K-12. Does that make sense? So it only applies to higher ed right now.
Okay, next up, Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. My question is also directed to Angie. Just can you help us? Because here we are reconsidering. I know there were concerns. You were in deep conversation with Joe for a minute. Can you help us? Yeah, share why so that we have some background knowledge as to what we're voting for. And why the change. This came from staff as you saw some conflict. Right? Help us understand that.
I'd be happy to. Board Member Hart, may I?
Yes, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the language that is currently in the higher ed section that the language that you previously reviewed would have required violations to come in, which would have likely come in through the hotline. So nothing new there. That would have been fine. But the next question would have been, once those violations, the alleged violations come in, who then investigates the violations? So you might have one side, say a parent, file a complaint against a teacher or against an LEA. Then what? So the LEA would need to likely want to file a response. Then somebody would make a determination on whether there was a violation, which would then trigger, you need to do something. If not, we're going to create a remediation plan, which we have no defined term for remediation plan. In our world, we use corrective action plans. So
Hold on.
do you want me to stop?
Yeah, can we, member Carrie, can we need to give the speaker. Just please, we've got a speaker here.
Understanding that she recused herself from work on 111 and 114. So if we're discussing those in relation to this provision, I'm concerned that I don't understand how you can and can't have a conflict. So that's what we're discussing over here. Thank you.
I don't, I'm not, we didn't have any, I don't know what, okay, what does that mean? How does that change it?
I mean, whatever. No, somebody.
No, it's, Deputy Stallings, will you finish your answer, please?
Sure. Just trying to share that the language that's in there, there are some questions about who would investigate the violation, who would make the determination that a violation has occurred, who would create the remediation plan. The other language, and again, that was all patterned after higher ed, which has 16 entities that they oversee. The State Board of Higher Education has 16. We have 160. The language that you see below in underlined would be using our existing processes, which are to report through the hotline and then to use the corrective action language that, as was just stated, it was recently approved. So those are the differences just on the face of the two.
Thank you, Deputy Stallings. We appreciate that explanation. Did that answer the question and clarify? Thank you. Member Straight.
Yes, I would like to move the main motion and call the question.
Okay, we're moving the main motion. Call the question. Do we have a second? We have.
Can't do that. You can't call the question.
We're calling the question on the amendment, aren't we?
Anyway, we have to vote on this before we entertain it. Yeah, I believe.
Okay. I think it's moving to the amendments, I believe. But that's what you meant, no? You want to vote on this so we can move to amendments? Just clarify, please. Oh, we can't do that. Yeah. You can,
Oh, you know,
you can,
So we vote on this.
okay, I call the question
okay,
on the substitute motion.
okay. Substitute to the amendment, then it's going to go back to the underlying and then will be available for emotions, right? So we need to vote on, can you please take this outside, gentlemen? We can't finish what we're doing at 11:30. I know, but I can't think. Thank you. All right, so will you please shut that door? Thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to call the question. Do you have that ready? All right, let's vote. Well, how many do we need?
Either way. Need 10, 2/3
Of the body, okay. So how many do we have? Member Green, we called the question, how do you vote?
No.
Okay? That is everybody. So that fails. The no's being Green, Bogus, Hart. Oh, I voted no. Huh. Klein.
Isn't that 2/3?
It's got to be of the body, so it would have to be 10. Doesn't matter. We'd still only have 9. All right, so let's continue. Who's up? You, Member Klein?
Oh, I would move to strike may and replace it with shall. I would amend the substitute motion to strike may and replace it with shall.
It starts at fresh, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like a, yeah, okay.
Oh, you moved it up a line. Needs to go down 2 lines.
Yeah, that is correct. All right, the motion has been made. The amendment's been made to change the may to a shall. And do we have a second for that? Bogus seconds. All right, would there like to be any, words are so hard. Would you like to speak to your motion? Okay, it's self-explanatory. Member Davis, is that light on for this? Okay, thank you.
I mean, just the point of the amendment was to align it with the current board rule, which is our current process to deal with complaints. And that changes our process.
Okay. Member Straight? You're good? Okay, any other questions? All right, let's take it to a vote.
Green is yes.
Green is a yes. Thank you, Member Green. Two attorneys. They don't have to vote. They don't have to vote. They do not. That's 13. Is there going to be any other votes? Are there going to be any other votes? All right, minus member, okay, that is a tie vote, so it fails. All right. The yeses are Moss, Carey, Hart, Green, Klein, Earl, and Bogus. All right, next amendment, that would be Member Straight.
We have the underlying motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. We do. There it is.
Last time.
So the motion is to amend the previous language beginning on line 152 to read, if an alleged violation of this section is reported to the board as described in Rule R277123, the board may investigate the alleged violation as described in Rule 277-114, including taking action as described in subsection R277-114-3, sub 3. Or else, however else you read that. Please vote.
Green is a no.
Green is a, I'm sorry, Member Green, is that a no?
No.
Okay. Okay. We're at 12. 13. One more, please. All right, that passes 9-5. The noes being Carey, Klein, Green, Hymus, Bogus. All right, now it's Member Straight.
I
You're
move
already
that,
on.
I move that we approve the main motion.
Let's do that. Well, that's the motion we're at. Our lights are
Right.
still on.
You can't circumvent motions. You can't circumvent.
Okay, we're there, so I call the question then.
Okay, you call the question. Question's been called. Do we have a second? Second made by Lear. Okay, when it's ready, let me know. Okay, is it ready? Okay, please vote. Voting's open. Member Green, the question's been called.
Yes.
Yes. That is everybody. It fails. Other motions, that would be Bogus, you're up. Oh, I'm sorry. The no's are Hymus, Carey, Bogus, Klein, Moss. Okay, Bogus, you're up.
I move to amend the main motion.
Okay, are you scrolling to the proper place? Okay. Let's let him get there for a minute. All right.
Oh, I would like to see the main motion. That's where I thought we were scrolling.
Motion is to adopt draft 2 as amended.
That's all it says.
As amended. Okay, can you go back to your space, please?
The motion that we just voted on.
No,
this is
she's
what I'm
talking about the main motion.
I move that we postpone adoption until tomorrow afternoon. That's fine. I'll move it to the next board meeting.
Can you repeat a postpone motion? Is it repeatable?
You can't unless you change it.
She's gonna change.
Specific time.
Can you look and see if it's allowed? She wants to change it.
You just changed the words from what you said.
Then I move to postpone the adoption until 1 PM tomorrow. There you go.
Okay, do we have a second? Motion's been made and seconded. All right, anybody would like to discuss that motion? Can you debate it?
Nope. You can.
Motion postpone, you can debate.
So.
Okay, well, I don't think anybody wants to debate. I think we want to move to a vote anyway, so it is debatable, okay.
USDB is.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, are you getting that ready?
Yeah, it's ready.
Okay, voting is USDB is at 1 PM. So you would, do you want to keep it at 1 PM since USDB is at 1?
Two, fine, two.
Okay, 2 works.
Without objection, we'll go at 2.
Okay, does anyone
You're
object to
lucky
2
because I was
o'clock?
gonna put it to next month.
Any objection? Hearing no objection, it's 2 o'clock.
I'm pissed.
During this setting, I was completely pissed. Just.
Well, that motion was already made. You can't make it again. All right, so the voting is open to postpone the adoption until 2 PM tomorrow. Please vote. Member
Yes.
Green, yes. It was originally 1 o'clock, but that's what USDP was. What do you need for this?
It doesn't matter. My vote doesn't matter. There's not 8 votes.
You got to vote anyway.
I did.
Oh, okay. That fails because it ties. that means we soldier on. Does someone have a motion?
Yep.
Okay,
I move
member
to adjourn.
Bogus. Member Bogus moves to adjourn. This is a motion to adjourn, non-debatable. You can make that. Yeah, that one's repeatable. So, is it ready? Voting is open. Member. That's a vote. She's not just saying yes. She
Yes,
voted
ma'am.
yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just making sure. Are we ready? I guess I gotta vote. Earl and Straight. It doesn't matter. I don't think. That fails. No, the yeses were Earl, Hart, Carey, Green, Klein, Bogus. Everyone else is a no. So are you, is there an amendment?
Nope, I would move to postpone until the March board meeting.
There's a motion on the floor to postpone until March. Is there a second? There's no second. Oh, we do have a second. Member Green seconds. Will you prepare that motion? The motion on the floor is to adjourn till the March meeting. To postpone the item to the March meeting. Voting is open.
Can I speak to that before we vote?
Oh, I'm sorry. Voting's already open, but you can add a comment if you'd like, Member Green.
Okay.
I'm
Can you hear
sorry.
me okay this time though?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I just, I know that we've put in a lot of work today. I have not had a chance to even look at a draft of what this even reads like now. And I just feel like this would be beneficial. And it's 12 o'clock at night. And I'm feeling slightly irresponsible with the length of this at this point. And I think this would serve us well. It would be wise, and it deserves the time that it needs. There's been too much work for us to push something like this through without a full consideration.
Okay.
And with that, I say yes.
Oh, okay. Did you record her vote? Okay. That fails with a vote of, wait, we do not have all the votes in.
I don't have greens.
Green
And then Davis.
and Davis. Aren't I missing one still? Who's missing?
There we go. We got it.
Oh, okay. Now it fails 10-4. The yeses are Green, Carey, Bogus, Klein. All right. If there's no amendments, we move to the main motion. So
We got a light.
we have a light. Is it,
Chair Mouse.
no, it's Chair. He turned his light off. It's you.
Maybe just a point of order. What was the last motion to postpone? What was the vote on that?
It was to postpone until 2
Till
o'clock.
2 o'clock tomorrow.
And it was,
that was,
it was 7-7. It was tied.
that's okay. And I voted for it, didn't I? So me changing doesn't help anything there.
Well,
So I'm rambling with no point. I was gonna bring it up again and see if it would pass. But it doesn't matter.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'll move to, okay, well, I've got the floor, I think.
You do. I mean,
I will move to postpone to 2:05 tomorrow.
all right. The motion's been made to postpone until 2:05. Do we have a second? We have a second from Member Bogus. Would anybody like to speak to that motion? It is debatable. Was that a yes, Member Green?
That's a yes.
Oh, okay. You didn't. Okay. Okay. I didn't know if you want to make a comment. I thought I heard something.
Oh, no, thanks.
Okay. All right. Let's move to a vote then. Move to postpone until 2:00 tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your vote. Did you record it? Yes.
What was she?
She was a yes.
Oh, we're tired. Okay. Nobody's tired enough. Okay. Nobody's tired enough.
All right, we're back to the main motion. So if nobody brings an amendment, we are back to the main motion. So we are back to the main motion. We move to a vote. You getting that ready?
Scroll up.
It's just, that's why people voted postpone. Open the voting.
We do have places.
They can bring it up.
Okay.
They can bring it up.
Klein, you have your light on, Klein. We'll just vote on the, you can vote on the affirmative side and bring it back if you want.
Which something needs to change.
Fine, if you
there a motion?
vote on the prevailing side. Light was on, it is your turn.
Yes.
Okay, your light is on, you have the floor.
Yep, I'm gonna move to postpone to 2:10 so I can speak to it.
Okay,
Second.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to move to postpone to, what did you say? 2:10. 2:10. Do we have a second? We do. It's from Member Green. Will you cue that up and you can speak to your motion?
So I am sitting here recollecting all the time we have discussed how we don't make good decisions after a certain time. I'm thinking about how discombobulated this draft is. There's many parts of it that don't flow, that don't make sense. We need time to review it. And moving to postpone until 2:10 tomorrow gives us time to do the due diligence that the people expect us to do. And after 6 hours of debate, I don't think any of us can say, man, I know where that goes, or I understand why we did that. I think we all still have questions. I think there are probably amendments that need to be made based on the amendments after we see them in their full form. And I think, we wouldn't ask a student to work for 6 hours and then hand it in. You would say, wait, overnight, review it the next day, proofread it. We would all give that advice. And we need to take our own advice. So I move a final time. Well, maybe not a final time, but I move to postpone until 2:10 tomorrow with
All
that
right.
assertion.
Okay, Member Norton, I believe, or is that straight? Norton?
I feel like we have worked really hard today, and I would feel sick if we leave this not finished off. I don't like unfinished business. I think we have talked about it. It's fresh on our mind. We have worked hard. We took a breath. We refocused, and I think we've got enough left in us that we can get this done. I think this is our job and we need to get the work done. And there's enough things we got to talk about. We don't need to postpone, especially when we are on the final 100 meters of a marathon.
All right, there's motion on the floor. It's been seconded. It's been debated. Please open the voting. The vote is open. This is to postpone till 2:10.
Green is a yes.
Another motion.
Okay, that is Okay. Hold on. It's 7-7. It fails. Oh, seeing no lights, that means we go to a vote on the main motion.
Yes.
Voting is open on the motion.
Says that the board approved 257
Seven,
as amended.
draft 2 as amended. Member Green, what is your vote?
No.
All right, we are at, that motion passes 10-4, the noes being Green, Bogus, Carey, and Klein. Is there another motion?
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion made. Is there a second? All in favor of moving to adjourn?
Staff will still bring.
Yeah, let's before, yeah, while that's still hanging, Superintendent Dixon, let's just a little clarity
You're
on
typing it, right?
tomorrow, putting things
Okay,
together.
hold on.
Did you want me to address it or? I think we're saying that staff are still going to put the motion together so everybody can see what was done, review it tomorrow. We do have, a chance to review it before tomorrow, before we get back together. So, all right. I
Yep.
think we did a
All
lot
right.
of good work. I
Hold
haven't
on.
been
We've
chairing.
gotta open.
We got
the
a
vote.
motion to adjourn open, but let's just say there was a lot of hard work here. So well done. I think there was a lot of nuance, which there isn't always. So motion is on the floor. I'm in favor. Did I make the motion? Did you make the motion?
Member
made the
Green,
motion.
Member Green, what is your vote?
Yes.
I voted yes. Oh, we're doing the real vote.
To
Sorry.
adjourn?
To adjourn.
we were back to-
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Member Lear, did you record her? Okay, thank you. That motion passes 12-2. The noes, Bogus, and Carey.